used to call us fat fucks. My friend's mother, Barbara.
How old are you?
14. She rolled down the window of her Saturn. She was smoking a cigarette, and she'd go, "Where are you, fat fucks?" It really exposes the lie of the Woodstock generation. We see them as this aggressive, free-loving They were just selfish drug addicts. I think Obama is probably bisexual. And then Tucker went around Moscow making YouTube videos. Yeah, it's weird to be a 50-year-old YouTuber.
Death in the family. Lord Jacob Rothschild has died, but Tim Dillon is still here. How? Wow. How did you pull through?
Well, you know, when someone has an impact on you, as he did, he made a huge impact on me and my family.
Right.
You know, you want them to be at peace.
Yeah.
And, you know, he suffered a long time.
Like 87 years of suffering.
You know, it was 87 years, and he finally escaped his human form.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Transcended.
He transcended. He went back to, you know, the core of the earth where he lived.
You think he went down?
I think he's in the center. I think
okay.
he spent some time in the center.
Got it.
To just kind of,
work things out.
Yeah, work things out, you know. But
so not straight up. He's not going straight up.
No, I don't know if he's going up at all.
Oh, really?
I don't know if he wants to be up. I don't think he wants to be up, no.
The family reunion's downstairs.
Yeah, it's in the core. There's a molten core where Lord Jacob Rothschild is just kind of sitting there now, just, you know.
Who is this guy?
Very wealthy, you know, member of one of the most famous and talked about families of all time.
Yeah,
you know?
But was he like a major player? Or was he just a trust fund kid that kind of?
No, he's a player. You know, I mean, you know, they're very, very good at keeping their name kind of out of the press. So, I mean, you know, what he did or didn't do, or how powerful any people are in that family, you know, you kind of have to guess, because there's a lot of, you know, websites that will tell you that every stoplight is them. That's going on, and the weather, and all in Taylor Swift and the Super Bowl and all of it.
Pulled Taylor?
I mean, I'm sure. It just, because a lot of it is silly. But they are incredibly powerful, and they're very good at keeping themselves kind of in the background of the photo. So in the photo, there's like people that we all know, the leaders of countries and everything. And in the background, it's kind of, you know, they're off to the side, but they're there. They're hanging. They're interesting.
Tim, I'm really excited you're here, because I feel like there is a problem. And I feel like...
With the Rothschilds. Okay.
Well, not just the
Glad that's why I was brought.
It's not just the Rothschilds. It's that, like, I feel now, more than any time in history, there's been a lot of negativity towards the 1% and the billionaires. And like, what can we do to change that?
Well, I would say I agree with you.
What is
first
up with
of all,
this? Why is there
first
such
of all,
resentment?
1,000%. It's not their fault. Number one.
It's really not.
It's really not their fault.
The excitement right now.
And it's not their fault, because you know, I think they could take it down a notch.
Could they?
Well, yeah, because a little bit, I say to them, I go, if I'm doing the, don't publicize every space mission. You know what I mean?
Do some sneaky ones.
Do one late at night. All the boys. We're going up at night.
Have everybody in Santa Barbara think it's aliens.
Right.
Like, oh, it's aliens.
It's fun. I think when you start calling the press and going, here's my spaceship, people start to get angry.
They resent that?
They don't like it. There's a guy right now, Ken Griffin.
Yes, Ken. Citadel, is that Ken?
Citadel.
Yeah.
He's building right now, and this is too much. I'm going to tell you what. $1 billion house in Palm Beach. I love Palm Beach.
I know.
$1 billion.
$1 billion.
By the way, and here's why it's too much. It's for his mother.
He thought he was going to get away with it. That bitch is dead soon. He's moving right in.
It's too much to say those words. I'm spending $1 billion to build the most expensive house in the world. And then it's all for mom. That is going to get people.
Did he think that that was a good enough shield to protect him from the harassment?
I think he was trying to sound sweet. And he
that's
was
what I'm saying.
Like, if you had this, wouldn't you build $1 billion house for his mother?
Let's just answer that question right.
Not at all.
But for your dad. You guys gotta love your mother.
Are you spending $1 billion?
My mother would ruin $1 billion house with Hess trucks and Beanie Babies. Collectible, the worst. My mother would just anything I bought her, she would destroy it with knickknacks and tchotchkes.
That's the reason.
Oh, the worst.
Yeah. She's just gonna
Snow
ruin
globes she stole from a hotel in Vegas are now littered all over a Palm Beach estate.
Hoodie.
So you think the billionaires are going too far? They're flexing on the gram a little bit too much.
If it was 900 million, you think that's not a problem?
I think actually maybe almost, because that B is a line in the sand and saying like, I think he wants $1 billion. He's doing it. It's $1 billion.
It is $1 billion.
It's $1 billion. So that in and of itself makes people go. It's like that first episode of Billions where they tell Bobby Axelrod, they go, just don't buy the house.
And he's like, I'm buying it.
And he goes, I'm going to buy the house. So I get it. Somebody told him. Somebody went to him and went, hey, don't do it. There's a few billionaires talk, and they're like, hey, man, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. He already owns the most expensive apartment in New York City.
Yeah.
He was the Wall Street Bets guy, right, that they were betting against? Was that him?
He was one of them, I believe.
He's the guy who, I think Citadel owned Robinhood, and he was using the data from Robinhood to make trades at his hedge fund Citadel.
Yeah.
So he was like beating the trades that he was taking. It's kind of a genius fucking thing to do, but
he's a smart guy. But I think a few people were probably like, hey man, don't do this. Yeah. It's $1 billion for a single family house.
Yeah.
That's crazy. On an island where the average price of a house is probably north of 10, 15 million, meaning these are all very rich people already, and you're being gross.
Yeah.
They're looking at you like you're an asshole.
Yeah.
Do you know how, like, because every time we hang out, you'll tell me a hilarious story of like, these people you've collected in your life.
Yeah.
Like, you have a absolutely mind-boggling friend group.
There's, yes, they are their minds are boggled.
Yeah. So when you're interacting with some of these people, are they like expecting you to keep it real with them? Are you brought there to be like, no, he's gonna be on?
Never.
Okay.
Never.
What do you mean?
Never, ever.
So you go right along with it all, and
the most fun thing about a lot of people in my life is that they're mentally ill.
Yeah.
And many of them.
Is that your comfort zone? Is that
I mean, they're crazy, and my mother was crazy when I grew up. So I would never try to bring a crazy person down to earth. It defeats the purpose. It's not fun. It's actually not fun.
You want the roller
Imagine
coaster.
hanging out with Donald Trump and going like, but you know,
take it off a little.
I mean, maybe that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It would ruin the whole thing.
Yeah.
You're just along for the ride.
Yeah.
There's a point when the ride isn't fun anymore, and you've got to get off the ride.
When does that happen?
Well, things can turn dark.
Okay, like what?
You know,
give us something.
You know, people can just like, go from fun crazy to not fun crazy. Where, I have friends that moved down to Florida, and they got very into like, they're very political now. Some of them went really hard right wing.
Yeah.
They go to Mar-a-Lago all the time.
Yeah.
And their brains have just melted.
Yeah.
I'm not a guy that cares what anyone feels politically.
They're drinking the Kool-Aid a little too much.
They're just every
It's
conversation.
become their entire identity.
I hate that.
Every conversation is politics and like, do you know what's going on?
Always talking about they.
Yeah, I can't believe it, and and it's just kind of like, guys, there's more to life.
Yeah.
There's a little more to life.
Even though they're right.
But right. Well, you know what it is? They're having fun. They're having such a good time.
Yeah.
That's why the Capitol riot, it's clearly wrong, but they're having so much fun.
That you might as well. Are you not going to go in?
Yeah. They've never had that much fun. They're smiling. They're laughing. They probably, many of them, they don't get out a lot. This is a new experience.
This is all rioting.
No. It's March Madness. Have you seen an underdog team storm the court after a victory?
Right.
That's January 6th.
Yeah.
You couldn't believe. Wait, we actually got in.
No, they're in. They're having fun. They're taking selfies.
Yeah.
It's also rioting and looting the Apple Store. Like, how fun is that?
Yeah. But you know what? Here's the issue with that.
Those are black people. Come on. It's the skin color.
The left-wing rioters don't look like they're having fun.
I beg to differ.
They don't look like they're having fun.
They're scared.
They're in masks and everything. These people in the Capitol are there. They got their feet up on Pelosi's desk.
They got fur.
They've got hats.
Yeah.
It's a parade. Now, I'm not saying it's right. It's not right. It's not good.
Yeah.
But if we're just looking at degree of fun.
White people know how to do it.
They seem like they're having a lot of fun because they believe they're not going to get in trouble.
Why would they?
They go, this is my country, it's my country. That was their thought process. They're like, this is my country. I'm not doing it in Russia. I'm in America. This is my congresswoman. I can chase her into the bathroom. It's my congresswoman. Why can't I chase her?
We need to have more entitlements.
Yeah. Do you know AOC was at a Matt Rife show?
No way.
She was at Radio
I thought
City.
That was Lisa Ann that got kicked out.
No, it was AOC.
That was AOC? Get out of here.
Yeah, but no, she was at a Matt Rife show.
And how'd it go?
At Radio City.
You think he took that down?
I don't know. Well, she dates some pasty bearded dude.
Step up.
You know, for sure. But I think that's part of the leftist cred.
Which is?
Dating a pasty bearded guy.
Dating down.
Dating a guy who is intellectually exciting to your group.
Oh, see, I would think she needs to go, because everything is on like some hierarchy of socioeconomic perception or whatever. So I would think she needs to date like a black dude who transitioned.
No, she's like minority enough.
She's minority enough.
Exactly. So now she just dates this guy who rewards her ideas.
Brooklyn Socialist, PBR. Yes. That's every comic from 2008 to 2015. That's every comedian that was on television, that was doing a show in Brooklyn, that would get up and do a joke about his parents being racist.
That's bootleg Prince Harry right there.
Yeah.
She's just going through.
This guy just finished a set at UCB Gut Bucket.
Right.
Okay, so AOC, I mean, the Democrats basically told her to be quiet, right? She's been real.
Well, they got a real issue with the Israel-Gaza thing, and I think they're just trying to, it's like a company where they're trying to get everyone on the same page, and it's
they
difficult.
Yeah.
And they're like, hey, everybody, we're gonna break room. If you've ever worked at a company where they're like, that article came out about us, and we have challenges, but I won't touch the mic again.
Yeah.
We have challenges, but we're gonna overcome them together.
Yeah.
And what we need everybody to do is just, all those things. I'll be like, it's all hands on deck.
Yeah.
We're just all going to give it, So I think that's what the Democrats are doing. They're trying to control their narrative, and the voting base is kind of fractured big time. They're really fractured.
Yeah.
So I think the whole convention, I said on my show, has to just be songs and no talking. Like
Hillsong. They just got to go Christian church.
Whatever it is, they have to just do like a big musical review. And then every time somebody goes, Free Palestine, you go, boom, and then they just, people
get
come
into
out,
song.
guitars, drums are going. Because you're not going to get everyone on the same page. You have to distract people from this question.
Here's the thing that I've seen popping up, and I didn't expect this, that now people are attacking Biden for having too much hubris.
Interesting.
You haven't seen this at all? They're like, he refuses to step down. It's his ego, his arrogance. I don't think he wants to be there at all.
No, I think he's a boomer, and he's an old guy.
Yeah.
He's maybe even older than a boomer.
He's definitely older than a boomer.
But it's just part of that ethos of he doesn't. I don't think he's half in, half out.
I don't think he's ever done anything.
Yeah, I think he's just kind of there, and I think the wife and the people around him are using him, and I think they don't want to step down. The people that are using
handlers don't want
the Wizard of Oz behind Biden
is whom?
That's making the things go and his hands go. And the puppeteers, they don't want it.
Shitty puppeteer for as much as Biden.
It's not Biden. It's the people behind him that don't want.
But who are they?
These are people that
is that DNC?
Well, it maybe it's part of the DNC, but I think I think it's a lot of people like Tony Blinken at the State Department, Victoria Nuland at the State Department, the people whose worldview is kind of front and center right now.
Yeah.
And I think those people like the idea that Biden is kind of doing everything they want in the Ukraine and Israel and places like that. And I think
no pushback at all.
None. So I think they don't want.
It's really amazing.
They really don't want to leave the stage, and then the people, of course, behind them don't want them to leave, and all of that.
Okay, so you have him locked in. All right. So then, what happens with the election? You think Biden goes through with it?
I think they yank him in May. I'm going to make a prediction.
Really? Yeah. Give us.
I'm going to make a big prediction right now.
Okay.
And I think they run Michelle Obama as Big Mike.
Big Mike.
As a man.
Big Mike is back.
As Big Mike, because. It's
the paddleboard instructor from Martha's Vineyard. Big Mike is back.
Mike is back. It dominates the news. Trump can't get any coverage. He's screaming, he's
Alex is
crying,
squirming.
he's yelling, but because it's a way to, there's only one way.
Drinking a fucking, what is it, a matcha latte?
I mean, I'm just saying you have to do that. You have no.
You got to run Big Mike. She's, oof.
Yeah, you have to do
I did a slip up there. I did a little slip. No, but do you think Big Mike, Al, do you think Big Mike?
Remember the paddle surfer, guys.
That can happen. But do you think that Big Mike could win?
Michael Jordan? What Mike
Do you think Michelle Obama?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I think she, in all seriousness,
absolutely.
I don't think she wants to do it. I think they've approached her multiple times.
Yeah,
I agree.
I don't think she wants to do it.
And they'll just keep killing people around her until she succumbs?
I mean,
they killed the paddleboarder,
well,
right?
I think he was. I've always believed.
Yeah, what have you always believed?
I think Obama is probably bisexual. I think the paddleboarder is a really hot, ripped chef. I'm just saying, if I was a ripped paddleboarder and was kind of reportedly writing a book,
man,
it might have been loosely based on
Smoking out your husband.
You are appeased. You have repented.
2 feet outside of my boss's estate, which I was using when he wasn't
The atonement
home, which
is
never
It's kind
complete.
of weird that your chef would do that. Gotta be really close to
No,
your chef.
there's no harm in
I
taking
use
it.
the apartment when you're on the road.
You know what I mean?
All the time.
Yeah, you go, Consuela, come on in, bring the family. Absolutely. Come on in, I'm on the road. I'm in Abu Dhabi. Get in there. It's interesting that he's using the estate when you're not there.
Yeah, peculiar.
And he dies. I'm not saying, I just think maybe sometimes.
If you're gonna use the estate and write a book about how you're fucking me, you deserve to die.
Maybe that's what
too
happened.
much.
I don't know.
But isn't that too much?
It might be.
Like if you're gonna, well, that's not beard. Beard is when.
Beard is what's the woman who's pretending she's.
Also, if you were gonna kill him, wouldn't you wait until he's somewhere else? Like, I'm not gonna kill you anywhere near
They
my
never
property.
do. You'd always think that. They never do.
They don't give a fuck.
It's impulse. It's fun. I think a little bit is you gotta have a little fun.
Yeah.
I really do.
You think they need to spice it up for themselves?
I think they're basically just like, you know.
We'll kill JFK. You think we can
he's
get away with
always
RFK?
And here's the thing. That's where you want to kill him. If they did kill him. You want to kill him in Martha's Vineyard because that's where you live. That's where you know the cops. That's where you have all your friends.
Yeah.
Nobody's around your estate. You know where all the cameras are. You know where everything is. Home court advantage.
Yes.
You get rid of them in a lake. If they did it, I don't know if they did it.
Of course not.
Don't tell me like, well, you're definitively
Somebody's
saying
got
they
to
did
tell
it.
you fucking secrets. There's somebody telling you shit.
But maybe they did it, and if they did it, I don't blame them. I would have done it, and I have no problem with it.
What's your kill list?
Oh my God! I mean, I don't. Unfortunately, and it's sad. I don't even have one.
No.
I'm not there yet.
Really?
There's much more I have to do before I get a kill list.
Is there a number
I don't
you would
have
read?
real enemies.
Yeah.
A blogger gets mad at something I say and writes a nasty article. That's not that you don't kill that person.
Yeah, and it also comes with like a level of power. You have to
Oh
maintain
my
that power.
God.
Yeah.
Wealth and fame are things we understand in America. We don't really understand power.
Yeah.
And they understand power more in like Russia, countries like that, where it's kind of used like that. But yeah, I think that's the goal. You know, fingers crossed. Okay. I can kill this.
Okay.
You know.
So, okay.
I'm just at breakfast writing it in ketchup. You know.
Is it in ketchup?
America, you beautiful border blocking, embryo stocking, swift simping, Putin pimping, Jesus Christ superstars. I want more. Aw, sweetheart, do you want to tell everyone where Daddy's going on tour?
I'm not calling you daddy. It's embarrassing enough.
Sorry, guys. Sometimes she gets a little cranky when she hasn't eaten. Why don't you try that again? Just tell everybody where Daddy's going on tour.
No.
Okay, maybe if I get that schmutz off your face, then you'll be able to help.
No.
Oh, what the fuck, man?
I'll say it, okay. He's going to Vancouver, he's going to Seattle, Vegas, and many more cities. Just check. God!
Hey.
Oh, Andrew, congrats on baby.
Hey, thank you.
How's fatherhood?
Savvy.
Also, guys, dates. First of all, thank you to Oklahoma City. Sales were dog shit, and then all of a sudden, We sold out at least one show. We almost sold out 2 others. That was fucking so cool, and you guys were so great, and it's honestly a great city. So shouts to Oklahoma City. Now this weekend, I'm going to be in Greensboro, North Carolina, March 1st and 2nd. March 8th and 9th, I'm going to be in Stamford, Connecticut. That's right before something very big is coming that you will find out about soon. Also, Dania Beach. Because of that something, I have to shift dates around. I'm sorry. It will only be March 16th. So we are only doing shows on Saturday. I apologize, but I needed to tell you guys first. April 11th through 13th, I'm going to be in Tempe, Arizona. April 18th through 20th, I'm going to be in Denver, Colorado. May 10th, Los Angeles Improv. Netflix is a joke fest. Sold out the first show. We added a second. Y'all should probably sell that out now. I don't even know if we posted the link, quite frankly. Y'all are still buying tickets, which is fucking cool. Sell out Sing on the motherfucking way if we're lucky. AkashSing.com for tickets. Let's get back to the show.
Is it hypocritical at all? And of course not.
Yeah.
For Americans to be outraged that this Navalny guy could be clearly killed and act shocked by it, as if we've never murdered in cold blood.
Well, we don't know.
To
What's weird about that? There's no reason for Putin to kill Navalny. This is very interesting. Okay, actually,
I have a little conspiracy on this.
Okay.
What if we took him out?
Well, that would make there's so much more of a reason for us to take him out.
Because Putin was looking like a darling in our media.
First of all, Navalny's not that popular in Russia. This is the thing. He's been gone for many. Was arrested when he came back to the country. He was in this Arctic prison, this polar wolf prison. He's not in any position to come out and run in an election and defeat Putin.
He's not a threat in any way.
In any way. I'm not saying he wasn't killed. Navalny's also pissed off every oligarch in Russia by flying drones over their house and going, look what they bought. So the list of people that want to get rid of Navalny is a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know what reason Putin had to kill him. That doesn't mean I'm obviously not in the prison. I don't know. But he wasn't a huge threat to Putin. And I don't know if the CIA did it either, but if we did it because the Ukraine aid was stalled and we said, now's go time, we get rid of him, it makes Putin look like a monster. It unites Europe.
Yeah.
We can kind of push this aid package through. It would be...
That's what I said.
Cool. I want to know that they're doing cool things.
We used to do cool shit.
We used to do cool
Kill
stuff.
foreign leaders, change governments.
They're not... These people are not...
No, man, you need to...
They don't care.
You need to add the
was
symbol,
a
my
brave
dude.
Guy, but he was also a guy
In my
that
title, I
started his
explain
career,
it, but
writing
so you need to write this and then the name, whatever name you want.
You don't say.
He was very like. He was very
But I think
like
that's
Russian
too long.
nationalist guy. Then the West started
Gotta be
getting
less than
interested in him.
256
He
characters
changed his
too.
tune
But
right
thanks,
away.
buddy. Thanks for being here.
Right away, starts going, no. Let's stop all of that. And then he started espousing a lot of pro-Western stuff. Great. And,
he's a grifter a little bit too.
Well, he wants power. His only plan, his only political philosophy was really like, I want to rule this place. I'm going to be better than that guy. And,
Different
maybe he would've,
interpretations
I
of
don't know,
time
but-
travel rules within the Terminator universe? Come on.
Why would
Such a
Putin
cop-out
even
answer.
do the Tucker interview? What's the chess move there? To me, it felt a little desperate.
Good question.
No, I think it actually comes from
Good
a
question.
position of strength. He got an incredibly popular American journalist to not only come to Moscow and let him talk for 2 hours where he dominated the entire interview.
Yeah.
He dominated.
Yeah.
And then Tucker went around
Good
Moscow
question.
making YouTube videos.
That was
in
the
groceries.
corniest
It was
shit
the
I've ever
corniest
seen in my life.
Stuff ever. But here's the
Look
other
how
thing.
cheap Cheerios are here.
Yeah, it's weird to be a 50-year-old YouTuber in
Glazing.
Moscow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Blazing.
He's making
Yeah, so now you can
Style
literally
videos
ask
in a
any
grocery
name,
store,
any
being
name you
like,
think
look
of,
what
you
I
know
can
what I
get
mean?
this sturgeon for.
You know what I mean, bro?
Also,
Like-
small pushback on very powerful journalist. My feeling is he still has power for sure, but he's been a little bit ostracized, excommunicated.
Yeah, I
whatever
mean,
the
he's
word
been
is.
ostracized for sure, but I do think that if we want to talk about getting attention, Tucker's name.
No, he's killing attention,
He
but
gets attention.
Yeah, buddy.
he would
So
be
we can
the
do
only
anybody.
person that they could get.
I don't
that
know.
Putin could get.
No, they would. He's the only person they would allow. Like Putin's not gonna do. Like I think Putin.
Megyn Kelly, I think, was the last one from traditional media.
I mean, I think Putin's only served if he, brings in somebody who's kind of more open to his worldview than somebody who's gonna like joust with him.
Yes.
So I think it was kind of a smart move. And if you watch the whole interview, Putin doesn't care about. This is very interesting. Doesn't seem to care about Tucker's viewers. doesn't go into like
Yeah, I
trans
think
bathrooms.
I don't
'cause that's
know.
what Tucker
It's
Carlson
losing
wants.
the.
Because I don't care. I'm
Will
gonna talk
never
about the
be solved.
1300s.
Yeah.
I don't care about you.
Yeah,
I
really.
don't care about your question.
I'm
talking
getting
about
my
No, it
message
just
off.
doesn't
Prince
capture
Oleg.
the same
Tucker's
essence
viewers
as
were like,
it's the
talk
text
about
that
the
I wrote,
bathrooms.
right?
They
Yeah.
can't go in it.
I wrote,
They're women, but they're
respond
not,
as
but
if
they're women.
you're
Yeah.
Putin goes, no.
the person in the second and third words of
and people going,
the user's last message.
It's a total
I don't know,
power
it's just
move to
not
bring
capturing
somebody
the
over and
essence.
go,
Sometimes
I
it
don't
does.
care about your questions. I don't care about your
Sometimes it
viewers.
does.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go.
But can a power move be made from a position of weakness? I think is what we were asking. Like you're gonna grab this guy that you know you can bully and do the power move on because you're weak.
Why is Putin weak though? He's winning the Ukraine war.
Barely.
The sanctions.
It's the third overtime.
It should have been over.
It's the third. He's one of the powerful
He's
countries
got
in the world.
200 nuclear weapons. Putin doesn't want to destroy the entire country of Ukraine. He went in there with not a ton of troops.
Yeah.
Putin never wanted the Ukraine.
I think he wants a deal, and I think he's really trying to get
He wants a deal. The U.S. is telling Ukraine not to negotiate. We're the ones that telling them we don't want a deal. We're fighting a proxy war with Russia through the Ukraine. We keep telling Zelensky no deal. There could have been a deal before the invasion. There could have been a deal with the Minsk Accords, which we told Zelensky.
But the powers that be are getting paid. That's the thing that, like, I think a lot of people don't realize is that when we're giving money to Ukraine, we're not giving money to them.
No, it's a viral marketing campaign for, for General Dynamics.
Yes,
right.
But explain that to them. That's like, because you see all these articles, and they're like, can you believe it? They're starving Americans here. We're giving money
NATO,
to.
They sign on a paper saying all of our
Sorry,
weapons.
one second, please.
From these NATO-approved contracts,
Which just happened to be
all of Lockheed and General Dynamics, all this stuff.
Yeah, Raytheon.
And essentially, they're like, we're going to put Ukraine in NATO. It's coming. And Putin's like, you're not putting NATO missiles on the border of Russia. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Russia's been invaded through the Ukraine multiple times.
Yeah.
Russia's been invaded multiple times in its history. Putin's like, it's not going to happen. If you do that, that is the line in the sand. That is the red line.
Yeah.
And that's why we have a war. Now, it's obviously, it's not right. It's a war of aggression. People are dying. It's sad. But the United States fully instigated this war and fully wants it and is enjoying it.
So we're back to what we do well.
We're doing it well.
Yeah, that's why. Like, why do we have to tuck our cocks between our legs? Like, fighting whites.
They're whites.
We stopped with the brown on brown.
Yes. No, we got.
See,
This
that's
is
I'm
good.
on board with. That's I'm on board
And then
with.
Tucker's going in there fucking it all up.
I don't think he's fucking up. I think he's making it interesting. I think we get
Making a
bored.
mockery.
I think it's boring, and I think it's like we all check out. Remember when that guy?
He's spicing it back up.
Yeah, because it gets boring.
Yeah, we did move off.
We started to watch Israel and Gaza because that came on Netflix.
And we're like, ooh,
We go, ooh,
that's the new shit.
Oh, this is interesting.
And that game was way better.
And then, but
It's
we
like
got.
when Real Housewives of New Jersey brought back Danielle.
You need Danielle.
Danielle is
I
going to
hate
spice
that
it
I
up.
know.
Yeah,
Danielle
is great.
Yeah.
She's energy. It's
No,
an amazing.
You need to bring in a villain so people can get excited again.
Yes.
And I think that's part of what we
So
need
is
to do.
Tucker a pawn? Is
don't
the
know if he's
State
a
Department
pawn.
telling Tucker, hey, go over there, tell him about the groceries?
No, but I mean, he's allowed to do it. He's not suffering any consequences, nor should he. I mean, it's a free speech thing, but like, I think it serves everybody's purposes. He gets views, he gets clicks, people get interested and excited. Putin gets to get his message out. A bit boring.
Ugh.
He's not exactly fun.
Oh my God.
But it's interesting. If you listen to him, you go, oh, this is interesting.
I mean, was it?
I couldn't do it,
I like
dude.
when he
I
trolled
couldn't do
Tucker
it.
and he was like, the CIA, an institution you tried to get in.
That was good.
He
was ready.
Putin's basically saying, I only respect people that are coming here to kill me. I only respect power. The media to me means nothing. I don't care. We own it in Russia. You're a journalist. That means nothing to me. Even if you agree with me, I would respect you if you were coming
trying
here
to
to
kill
poison
me.
me.
Yeah.
Because that's my people. That's what we do.
Yeah.
And when he said, they were always our enemies, he smiled a little bit. CIA goes, they were always our enemies.
Yeah.
But he goes, a job is a job. What he's basically saying is like, I respect them. Because that's the game.
He was like, yo,
That's
they
the
blew
game.
up the Nord Stream pipeline. And he was like,
That's
they
the
did a
game.
good job.
Yeah, that's the game.
You know what's fascinating
Yeah.
is do you watch these things more than once? Because you
Yes.
analyze this the way
Yes, I do.
guys analyze all 22 after a football game.
Yeah. I watched that. I watched that interview 3 times.
Yeah,
I
because
watched
you're
it.
picking up on shit that I'm like, I did not even.
Yeah, I just found it really interesting because that's the longest. Putin, by the way, he gives speeches like this all the time in Russia, and they're incredibly boring. He talks about agriculture, production in a province of Russia.
Yeah.
It's incredibly boring. People that live in Russia know that.
Yeah.
They'll be like, the greatest speech, the speech to end all speeches.
Yeah.
And then it's Putin just going on kind of about some pretty like generic, vague crap.
Yeah.
But this was like, he's in his element. talking for 2 hours about this war that we have a very skewed picture of. I think.
Do you think his health is better?
I think he looks great. I think we keep writing articles.
What if he's a heart attack, a cancer, his pancreas?
I think it's all a lie. I think it's all a lie. I think he's fine. He looks great. Compare him to our guy. Who would you want?
Yeah, no, our guy looks better.
Okay, there's a migrant crisis. Tim.
Yeah.
Now, it is my understanding that all of your homes, many of which that you have, congratulations, you've had immense success.
We have,
well deserved.
It's fine. I'm in the middle class.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm in the middle class.
I've seen the homes. Very middle class. Very middle class.
They are though.
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
When you say that, you mean you're not a Rothschild yet?
Well, for sure that, but even in like the world that I live, I mean, I'm not so out of touch, right? I'm not saying it's the middle class, but it's like, you live in Manhattan, you're never rich. Do you know what I mean?
You just have so many people that are so much more wealthy around you.
That's right.
That is a thing
that's sitting next to me.
Yeah, that's a lie. But that is an interesting thing that is about living in the city, is that I think
he has to share his money with us, fucking loser.
No. I think you feel comfortable talking about money because you are so much poorer than the guy who lives across the street, down the block. Like, you're constantly put in front of people.
And I think that's good because you shouldn't ever be at the top of anything.
Yeah, it's humbling, but it's also like, you might speak about something, not you, we might speak about something that looks as if it's bragging, but it's so far beneath where you know it can go.
Right.
That it doesn't feel in any way like you're bragging.
Yeah, there's also like, there's generational money in places like New York where you're like, oh, I could never have it.
They can't spend it.
They can't spend
it.
And they can't earn it in one lifetime. It's just there forever.
They're just the custodian of the money.
But they kind of, a lot of those people, their lives kind of lack something that ours have. There are no
purpose
in their life. They kind of float around. They're never intense.
Okay, so this is the thing that I want to ask you about. There's like these legacy families that have existed throughout history. Rothschilds is one of them.
Sure.
Obviously, Rockefellers, Vanderbilts, right?
Yeah.
Some of these families maintain the wealth for fucking generations, maybe hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Some of them within a few generations fall apart.
Yeah.
And why is that?
Kids.
But they all have kids.
I know, but some are better than others.
So some have a culture that like is very
look at the Vanderbilts.
strict.
The Vanderbilts, they're the last one is Anderson Cooper.
So the Vanderbilts made their money in
railroads. I mean, he was a shipping magnate first.
Okay.
And then he got into railroads. They called him the Commodore. He was a big, ships going from Brooklyn to New York, back and forth.
Is Vanderbilt the one that has the home in Rhode Island?
They have the Biltmore in
insane
North Carolina.
Yeah, they had all these amazing things, but you got to have lots of kids, and the kids have to continue the business in some respect. A lot of families squander money, and a lot of kids just, they suck, right? They're not.
So that's
they live
what I'm trying to understand is like, how do you maintain? Like, who is, like with the royal family, for example, there's probably a team, a deep state, if you will, that is built to maintain the family despite how retarded the family is.
So it's interesting because you go down to Palm Beach, right? You drive around like Worth Avenue in Palm Beach, and before you get down there, you see all these family offices. You'll see like this trust and that trust, and the Chilton Trust and this trust, and those are family offices. You have one office dedicated to managing the wealth of one family. So that is something that.
So even if the kids are fuck-ups, the trust is built in a way to be fuck-up proof.
That's right.
So they go have kids. But some of these families, the kids aren't fuck-ups, and they continue to do good shit. And I'm like, how do you instill the productive values in the kids?
It's hard.
Yeah, so they just don't squander everything. And who does it the best?
Do you just need one good kid every couple of generations?
That's a good point too. Like,
does every kid have to have the culture?
Well, it's the industry's change, right? So the other important thing is the industry's change, right? So much of the largest consolidation of wealth in human history.
It's too much. I'm using washroom.
It's a $9 trillion market cap, and it's because every big tech company that we know about is sitting somewhere between, San Francisco and Palo Alto.
That was the People's Party of Canada.
That's where
I'm in the final interview process. I have an interview next week. For not really an interview, just talking about whether I'm going to be a candidate or not with the other potential person.
Modernized,
buddy.
Can evolve,
thanks, man.
Can still make money.
It wasn't Maxime Bernier, but it was the other guy.
Heiresses and people that their family owned a stationery company, right? They owned a paper
honestly,
company,
I think the
right?
conversation's gonna go like, guys, like you probably know way more. You're probably a much better candidate than me.
The coal industry.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's
So
probably
it
gonna
really
end
depends
there.
on,
Like
where
it's gonna
you
be really
made your money.
clear.
Did you diversify? Did you
I'm
get
just
into
fucking
human trafficking,
N64 video player game guy.
drug trafficking, political assassination, flipping elections, working with the CIA, working with the Mossad, working with MI6. You know, did you get into that stuff? Did you blackmail people? Did you kill them? Did you blow up their cars? Did you visit South American capitals, get into the drug trade, get into the drug game, make friends? You know what I mean? Did you do that, or did you just sit around at Yale and jerk off? What did you do? What did you do with it?
That was magnificent. That was magnificent. That was a wonderful.
You gotta work.
Yeah. So what happens? They make all the money, and then they go, okay, there's a limit to what I can do with all this fucking money because these politicians. I might as well be a politician, or maybe make my kid a politician.
Well, I always tell the story of like, there's this fun representative, and I like her because she's a little chubby and she beats up her husband.
Oh.
And Katie Porter, she's in Orange County, California.
Okay.
Katie Porter is a Democrat congresswoman from Orange County who physically abuses her husband, and she's the one with the whiteboard. If you've ever seen this, she brings Jamie Dimon from Chase Manhattan. He'll come in.
Okay.
And she goes, "Can I ask you a question, Mr. Diamond?" And she breaks down his salary and how much he earns. And then she breaks down the salary of like a teller.
The same way she breaks down her
Here
husband.
she goes. This is what she's famous about, right?
Wow.
She throws a couple of cookies down the hatch. And then she goes in, as I've done. There's a couple of cookies. So this is a character I do, by the way. This isn't me. This is a character.
Okay.
She goes in. And she goes, "Hey, you're fucking everyone over." And she does it on a whiteboard. She goes, "Here's how you're screwing everyone over." And they all take it. They all take it. It's a show. It's fun. It goes on Twitter. It goes on YouTube. It means nothing. It does nothing. They get in their chat. Jamie Dimon looks at somebody and goes, "Can we kill her? Can we do something?"
Roche is like one of the biggest pharmaceutical companies in the world.
An exploding cookie or something. How do we get her? You know?
That's hilarious.
It's a show. They know that this is never going to impact them because at the end of the day, this is more of a show. They come in for a public scolding.
This is like give the people their pound of flesh, and then we get to continue to hoard wealth, pillage and everything.
I'll take it. Everybody goes, "Oh, he got fucking demolished."
You'll talk about, you'll talk about like the White House roast or whatever, where the president is like, "Yo, you have to come eat these jokes." For them, it's like you have to come eat this shit, and we all feel a little bit better, and then you can go and continue to plunder.
Because we don't really want change.
Yeah.
We just want to see them be publicly.
We just want a mom. She's a mom. It's mom energy. She's up there being like, you know.
Yeah, you scolded that rich guy.
You lied to me. You had the party. I said you shouldn't have a party. You said it was going to be 4 people, but you know what it was? It wasn't 4 people. And then you stole $3 billion.
Yeah, we feel like he's not getting away with it, and then he'll continue to get away with it.
And then and then you go, "Mom, I'm really sorry." It's like hard. It's like hard to be a kid. It's like hard. Like other people from other schools are coming. I just want them to like me, and it's very hard. I don't understand. You don't get it. You know, Dad's never around. And she's like, "Well, none of that's an excuse." You go, "I know, Mom, but I'm doing the best I can." And she's like, "Fine." And then she's like, "All right, here's a couple of $100. You know, go on the ski trip." That's all it is. It's a fun.
So Zuckerberg got to show up for that shit.
He's got to show up and get spanked.
Everybody got to get spanked.
He's got to get spanked, and then he goes back into the cryo chamber, the jiu-jitsu mountain he's on. So they show up, and they send Big Mama out. Big Mama comes in. Big Mama comes in, and she gives everybody a spanking. Goes right to the whiteboard. She goes right to the whiteboard. And by the way, this is what Russia hasn't figured out.
Right.
Putin should just sit down. They
Get
bring
a little
out Big
spanking.
Mama. She draws Navalny on the whiteboard. She goes, "What did you do?" And he just sheepishly sits there.
That's true.
And Russia is an old society. They have not figured out stagecraft in the way that America has. We have these really fun, brilliant, Hollywood-style ways to make people feel like things are changing. Russia doesn't do any of that. They just blow up planes and kill people. It's old school. They just don't understand. There's a bunch of guys in a room. They go, "What are we going to do?" And we're like, "We got an Orange County mom." She spanks everybody, and then we keep the party going. In Russia, they don't have that. Russia, they can't bring in some woman from Minsk who's like, "Oh, there's things." They go, "Let's blow the plane up." Just blow the plane. Get the poison. We have all this poison, just poison.
Does she know she's an actor in the theater?
No, she thinks she's doing a great job.
You don't think she knows?
No, she thinks
this is the beautiful thing.
No, this is the beauty of it all.
Yeah.
This is the beauty of
Everybody
it all.
thinks they're a hero.
Everyone thinks they're a hero.
Jamie's a hero for getting spanked.
Yeah.
She's a hero for
She's a
doing
hero.
things.
Everybody's a hero. She comes in. She gets up. She has her egg white omelet. She's only lying to herself.
Yeah.
She gets in the minivan. Goes over to Washington, D.C. She gets in there, you know what I mean? Has a keto, one of those, those keto peanut butter cups. Well, it's actually, my body's running on. So she comes in, she sits down, and then this is like, it's go time. Yeah. The cameras are on her, and she's ready. And it's a beautiful thing to watch, and it means nothing. Yeah. Nothing ever happens. Yeah. And like, literally they'll pass a law where they're like, you're evicting someone in 60 days, you're giving them 65. You're giving them 5 extra days before the sheriffs go in there. That's like the most that ever happens.
Slow clap.
It's like if Bernie Sanders, everyone's like, if Bernie Sanders would have been elected, he would have fought for 4 years. He would have gone up there, all the speeches. At the end, he would have gotten like free community college for a year. That's what he would have got, and it would have been like a big victory. Everybody would have been like, wow, this is amazing. And he'd go, you have the right to go to community college. Now that regular college means nothing, you have the right to go to community college for 1 year for free. And, that's like, it's a brilliant, the way it's all set up. It's kind of, you got to watch it and you got to go, this is fun.
Yes, it's theater. And we need the theater.
We need the theater. Russia doesn't have it. A lot of countries don't have it.
What is it? The exhaust or whatever. You got to let the.
Yeah, you got to burn off the fumes.
You got to burn off the fumes, and we need that. We're
People
angry.
get mad. They get angry. They go, these banks. We know they're screwing us
stealing my
over.
money. They're raising
the
my
money.
mortgage.
I can't believe this. And then they're like, but let's see what Big Mama says. And
Big Mama
she just lays it out,
doesn't she?
Yeah.
She just lays it out. She's been real peep on Israel, though. She's not.
Okay, we got to put a pause to this conversation about global domination, power, and greed.
Yes.
Okay, because the good people at home need some takes, to be honest. They need some picks.
Yeah.
I think you've been doing really well. You've been smoking them.
Yeah, they need greed as well. We should all capitalize on some greed.
You know what?
Let's
We're
all
going to
make some money.
continue the greed conversation. What do we got going on?
I got safe picks on Prize Picks. I'm playing it safe because Prize Picks has the green which is like a very easy thing to hit.
Yeah,
Not
wow.
quite as high, but it's very safe. It's like a mutual fund.
Okay,
in
talk
stock
to me.
market. All right. So I got Kyrie Irving more than 19.5 points. That seems like a fucking lock.
Yeah.
I got Steph Curry more than 3.5 assists. That's a 1,000% lock, not even a question.
Yeah.
And then they're offering a discount right now. Donovan Mitchell more than 21.5 points. Normally it's like 27, 26. They went down. There's not even like a multiplier on that. That's just something they're giving you. You know what I mean? So
yeah, that's
those are
crazy.
your Prize Picks. Promo code Schultz.
That's
So
about
next year,
Lee
it's
Harvey
$100
Oswald.
So you put 100, you get 100 for free.
Yeah, that's far.
That seems like a fucking no-brainer.
Yeah, that's far.
R.I.P. Lee Harvey Oswald.
You know what I'm excited about? There's a couple weeks that suck after the NFL season ends.
Yeah.
But then once the atrociousness that is NBA All-Star Weekend is over,
We get to get into
now
the
it's
good stuff.
real basketball.
Yeah, now you're getting up for the playoffs, and the guys are actually playing, and we're looking at what seeds are going to be in. This is going to be good.
And if you're at
They're
home
really starting to
with
censor it though,
baby
bro.
shy level,
Yeah.
next
Like big
season,
time.
Y'all are looking promising. So
Yeah,
you
it's kind of
have
crazy.
something to do.
It is kind of crazy. I can't even believe it. I don't want to even attach myself to it.
What
because-
sucks is as you get busier, you get less time for sports. But the good thing about being with her right now, you have all the time for sports.
Oh, yeah,
and the
that's-
Knicks are actually good.
Such a great excuse also when you take like your newborn to a game because you look like the best dad, but you're really just selfishly going to a game and blowing your kid's eardrums out.
Yeah.
So-
but you put the headphones on.
Exactly.
So you look like a
Look
really
how
good dad.
adorable he is,
Yeah.
making her a Knicks fan. No, I would be doing that for me. I just
Yes.
want to let you know.
Yes.
That will be for me
Yes.
when that happens.
But you should do it.
Yeah, right. I should.
You should. You deserve it, dude. You worked hard.
Son, we did.
You know what I mean?
We did. I mean, I did all the work, really,
Yeah, you
when
really
you think
did.
about it. I really did everything to make that.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Shout out to wives, yo.
Yeah.
Shout out to wives. Anyway, what else we got? Anything else?
Man, that's it. Football season, dry, so you got to find the new thing. Right now, it's NBA. That's the move.
All right, we're
NBA.
locked in to NBA.
Focus. Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's get rid of them floors.
Yeah.
Get rid of them goofy-ass floors. I
That's
don't know
all done,
why.
too.
Oh, thank
All-Star
God.
game is gone. The play-in season tournament is gone. Now it's real
Let's go.
high-stakes
Back to basketball. Let's have some
go.
fun. Yeah.
Absolutely. You know who I would actually love to talk to? Did you see when JJ Redick called out Doc Rivers?
Yeah.
So Doc is a guy that I don't know, something about him always just felt weird to me. And then he goes to coach the Bucks, gets their head coach gets fired mid-season.
Yeah.
He gets $40 million a year, and then he keeps being like, yeah, you know, we're gonna suck for a while. The guys aren't playing hard, and it's like, buddy, you're making $40 million a year.
Yeah.
And then JJ Redick is like, there's never any accountability with this guy. He's always blaming someone else.
Yeah.
And JJ Redick played for him.
Ex-coach.
So this is like a very personal thing. I would love to. He's the fucking best.
Yo, JJ don't give a fuck.
He's the best. And he's
JJ
on
does not
ESPN.
give a
Well, I was
fuck.
wondering
Yeah,
that
I like
too.
that. We
I
gotta
think
have
it's
JJ
because
on.
it might have been
Absolutely.
JFK
JJ
denying
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, that's
I
gonna
wonder.
be- yeah,
I wonder if you
that'll be
asked
fun.
him
He'd
if
be
he
a
would
good person to
deny
get
it
some
or not. I
perspective
mean,
on
he
the
must
league. Also, I
deny
want
it.
to learn about like the Duke days.
But
like,
he spoke in the third
and it's
person.
cool to see the transformation from like this kid that
he was
everyone hated.
Yeah.
And now he's just like this fucking very calm, cool dad that's like very thoughtful in everything he says.
Yeah.
Even if it's a hot take,
Yeah.
it's well thought out. He's great. Maybe the best at basketball right now.
Yeah.
With
What
Van
I'm
Gundy.
saying.
Yeah, we might have to have JJ on.
Yeah.
We got to talk about how pale he was at Duke. Like, it was almost like he was leaning into being
Yeah, I feel like
white.
Duke wanted him to be that. It was
Yeah.
like, don't go out in the sun.
Yeah.
we got,
I don't. Yeah,
we got
yeah.
merch to move.
All right, let's get back to the show, man, with Tim Dillon. Peace. Who is people in Israel and who is not?
The squad, those people are.
I feel like the squad
vocal.
barely says anything anymore.
Well, one does. The Rashida Tlaib, because she's Palestinian.
So she got it.
She has to.
She's got to pop off.
Yeah.
She's the Macklemore of our, you know what I mean? Because he's also popping off. How about the guy that lit himself on?
Oh, yeah.
I just heard about this.
Lit himself
that?
on fire, said free
What happened?
Palestine.
The guy
soldier, right?
outside of the Israeli embassy
Yeah.
lit himself on fire to protest the war. And which my whole point is, they don't care about that. That's what they're doing.
Are you sure he lit himself on fire?
He lit himself on fire. And Israel's like, you saved this time. And thank you. They were like, this is a real cost-effective way.
Crazy.
This is a protest. He lit himself on fire.
This is an U.S. Air Force soldier, right?
It's a self-immolation. And what he was doing, this is an old school way of protest where you light yourself on fire to protest something that you do not like. And this person...
This is Eastern philosophy.
This is very... I don't know whose philosophy this is.
Rage Against the Machine.
It is Eastern.
Isn't it?
A Tibetan
Didn't the
guy
monks
did this.
do it or something?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. There was a guy who did it to protest some type of. You're right. It was an Asian.
Yeah.
Did they put him out or did he die?
No, he died.
They put him out, but he succumbed to his injuries in the hospital. And let's just be very honest here.
Yes.
In terms of pure stagecraft, I like this.
Talk to us.
I like it because.
I like it because.
First of all, it's new. I like the focus on one person. All these protests, there's so many people in the streets, it gets lost, right? This is really going back to the old school. One person.
Tim's just watching a play.
One can of gas, one person in front of the thing. And it's just
Why did I know he was going to say that? Like, I just
The
knew.
message doesn't
I
get
swear to
muddled.
God,
It's free
I was thinking that.
Palestine.
Yeah.
Because in the big protests, you know what happens.
What happens?
People show up with the oak tag and they're talking
terrible.
about
That's a
9 other
terrible
things.
thing.
That's true.
That's
So
right.
terrible.
Distracting.
He's yelling only 2 words as he burns himself to death.
What are
Tragedy,
lessons in
yes,
that movie,
not
though?
good. I didn't do it. I didn't put anyone in a tunnel. I didn't do anything. The point is, I didn't do anything. So people are mad at me right now. Look at yourselves. I did nothing. I'm just, as a protest, I'm more into this than I am into the march.
The marches, you're over the marches.
Yeah. I'm just over it.
Yeah.
But this is new.
Yeah.
This is new.
This is real sacrifice.
Yeah.
It's real sacrifice.
Just
It's
getting your
hot.
10,000
The
steps.
kids love it.
Oh.
It's trending. It's on TikTok. It's killing on X. It's engagement. It's followers. It's likes. It's clicks.
This should be a new TikTok channel.
This is big.
Yeah.
And
Go
it's
cry about it.
Go cry about it, as the VIP list bitches would say. But no, this is, as a marketing thing, this is done very well for him.
Very well.
Now, he's not here to see it.
It's unfortunate.
But this is a great marketing move.
Yeah.
This is a marketing. You want to talk about a promo? Bert Kreischer, eat your heart out. That is a promo.
Do we need?
That is a promo. This guy is wild. And Bert does the best comedy promos, I think, in the game. But this guy has elevated it to another level.
What the?
Imagine if he was selling tickets.
Oh, they're gone.
Imagine if he's announcing a tour.
Yes.
That's the real game.
What?
Put it out after a minute or two.
Yeah.
Put it out. and put the dates on.
Yeah.
Roll the dates.
I like it. I like it.
You don't want to. You're wasting
Jesus
virality
Christ,
for
man.
nothing. They're not going to stop the war. They don't care that you burned your kids.
Yeah.
They don't care. You can't think they're going to care.
How do you get them to stop the war?
You don't.
There's no way?
Well,
you couldn't figure it out?
I think they have to have some. America hasn't got the power to make Israel stop.
I don't know that joke.
We don't have the power.
Hot
don't.
take.
No, I mean,
what does that mean? Are you trying to say?
No, they have a military. They have money.
But if the whole UN votes for a ceasefire and the U.S. raises their hand as well, then what? Israel says, "Fuck y'all."
Well, yes, but also we're not doing that. We're not doing that. The best
Well,
you're
the
going to
rule
get
that actually worked
is
out
for
fucking
Biden
perfectly.
to say this deal, this
It's
hostage
terrible. Oh,
release
that's not
deal,
good.
You gotta accept it.
No, don't share it.
attack
There's
the
no
Rafah
racism.
wall,
I'm not racist. I don't like racism. I know you're not
I think
racist
the
too.
damage has been done.
Yeah.
There will never be
Some
a
people-
two-state
some
solution
people
now.
are, sadly.
It is a thing that has made the region less safe. And I'm not even putting this all on Israel, obviously, but like, this is just, you know, I think 80% of Gaza is now uninhabitable.
It's not really a funny
You know, I
thing.
don't know how it goes back to anything that we understand. I think it moves
Terrible.
forward in a way that has to be. Arab countries like Saudi Arabia and the United States,
They've got to
have
police it. Yeah.
They have to rebuild it.
Yeah.
They have to kick in a lot of money. But this is not going to get somebody to stop the war. And I have a ton of sympathy for innocent people in Gaza dying that had nothing to do with this, that have been also crushed under Hamas.
Yeah.
The loss of life is absolutely staggering. I think Israel had a 9/11 moment where they went a little overboard. I think we went a little overboard for sure.
Yeah.
After 9/11, I think we did things that were unwise and ultimately made us less
What was
safe.
the right amount of people we should have killed after?
Yeah, a little overboard is a very.
Because I hear people saying that they're like, it's too many babies killed, and it's
there's-
like, well, what's the right amount?
There's no way to say it. Like, language doesn't work when you're talking about thousands of people dying, right? So if I say a little
Half
overboard,
it.
it sounds like I'm being callous about it.
Yeah.
But the other problem is if I
Very
say like,
overboard.
if I say like it was a genocide, then that has this political connotation that they're targeting.
Yeah.
So then it's like, then you can't have a discussion about how to end anything.
Because people are going to
Because
lock you
people
to
just
every
go
single
nuts
word you
about
say.
words where it's like, no, the goal, just like Trump was right when they said, what's the goal in the Ukraine war? He's like, no more dying.
No more dying.
No more war.
How do we get to
and then
no
she's
more
like,
dying?
what do you mean? And he's like, well, I don't want anyone to die anymore.
Yeah.
We should stop the war. And she's like, but do you want? And it's like, no. My goal, everyone's goal, because I'm an Irish Catholic from Long Island who grew up with this was not a meaningful thing for my family.
Yeah.
It's not like my mother came home and was like, Israel, like, we just weren't, you know, I'm not as super educated about the issue either. I don't pretend to be.
Yeah.
I just know that we can't see levels of destruction like this in the modern world. When you're looking at your phone and you're seeing children displaced and families displaced and no hospitals and those, it's not going to work. And I think ultimately it makes Israel less safe and it diminishes their credibility internationally, a reaction like this. Yeah. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't have responded. They needed to respond. They absolutely had to respond. It was an attack on Israel from Hamas. It was an act of war. You also respond with an act of war.
Yeah.
Completely understandable.
Violence begets violence.
Violence begets violence. At some point in any conflict, you have to figure out how to end the conflict.
Do you think that the countries in the Middle
the
East
Donald. So I think.
are in some ways complicit
So
with what's happening. Like,
it
they almost
triggered
kinda
the Donald
want
Trump, not the
terrorism
Donald
wiped out so they
Rumsfeld,
can
because
get
they
some
still have the
Western
Donald
dollars in
Trump
there.
as the trigger
It
word.
feels like everybody's ready to let capitalism run wild.
Well, Iran has always been
outside of Iran.
They've always been kind of an agitator in that region. They don't really get along with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia and Israel actually had like kind of
They're kind of boys. UAE, Israel's good. Egypt, Israel's good. Jordan, Israel's good.
But I think this has strained a lot of those relationships too, because the citizens in those countries are like, this is.
The citizens, I think, are furious, but I wonder if the governments are like, hey, listen, we need no terrorism over here. We can't have random bombs.
Yes,
I don't want any of this political unrest. If you got to go in there and wipe it clean.
I was the one who very bravely.
What did you do?
You want to hear this?
Yeah, you lit a guy on fire outside of an Israeli embassy.
When they were trying to kick the heads of Hamas out of the Four Seasons Doha, Qatar, I said no. Because I believe in brand loyalty as a concept.
Yeah. Yeah.
They had lived in the Four Seasons for a very long time. First of all, there's not a lot of great chains in hotels in the world. There are not.
Yeah.
I've stayed in a lot. And I'm saying I disagree with what they did, but making them stay at a lesser hotel is not going to make them less angry. It's going to piss them off.
Butter them up.
I said leave them in the Four Seasons. In fact, make it nicer.
Bring them to an Amman.
Bring them to an Amman.
The war's over.
Let's get it.
No, it was 3 billion. I think it was 3 billion actually.
No, we don't want
it's going to be carnage at Marriott.
I don't think it was
But it
3
is
trillion.
funny because these are the things
Could be.
in the modern world. Why all of this stuff is crazy? It's insane. Is because that's a news story. Should the leaders of Hamas get kicked out of the Four Seasons?
Yeah.
I know,
That's
right? Like,
insane.
come on.
Yeah.
It's an insane news story.
Why is there not more pressure?
Oh, no way. You remember it
Seasons
too?
for
Oh,
the
dang,
breakfast.
dude.
Amazing.
Or did you Google it? Shit.
They sell their
a
sheets
lot of
and
money.
pillows.
Yeah, well, here's the problem. We all, for example, the Beverly Hills Hotel is owned by people who throw gay people off the roof, right? Now,
is it?
I believe so.
Yeah. Who's
Yes.
owned by? Sultan Brunei, Dorchester Group.
And
Yeah.
they
Seriously,
they throw
AI
gay
is going
people
to
off
try
the
to
roof.
rewrite
They-
history books, I'm telling you, man.
Not at the Beverly Hills.
Not- yeah, not
They've got
that
the
hotel.
kill.
Hotel.
Yeah.
Clientele.
Where they're from.
We'll just break a leg.
Yeah.
I've tried. No. So where they're from, it's not good. It's not good. The progressive
Yeah.
values aren't good.
That's just so dumb.
But if I have to have lunch at the Waldorf, I will throw
Like, it's
myself.
just so fucking dumb, man.
You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
If I have to have the chicken salad at the Waldorf, I will throw myself off the roof.
Yeah, man.
But owned by big Jews
So
who
fucked, dude.
I
will
know,
allow
I
you
know.
to do
They
that.
share the values, but it's not as good. The eggs are not as good.
Yeah.
So we all have to decide which horrors we want to participate in, and for what reason.
Yeah.
That's part of modern life. Sorry. I know there's a lot of NYU students that are unhappy. Go cry about it.
What do Americans still own?
I mean, very little, right? A lot of our cultural properties are kind of diminishing. We still kill music. You do a lot of great stuff in your show, but
What the
music
fuck
that we
is
still,
that?
we're still, the world is our music,
Yeah.
right? That's always something that we still have. War,
We're good at war.
oh baby.
Yeah.
Tech, we're doing
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
You know, our financial sector is pretty big. We've got some stuff.
I'm talking about in terms of properties. Like, it seems like
Yeah.
so many of these traditional American properties and British properties too
Yeah.
are owned
Yeah.
by country.
We got a lot of people
abroad.
coming in. A lot of people. London is a clearance sale for the Middle East.
Yeah.
Atari's
Yeah.
in London.
The United States, New York City is the same. You know, yeah, I mean, because a lot of these people want to diversify. That's why it's all funny. It's like, you know, Navalny does all these videos where he's like, look at all the corruption in Russia, all these
Oh,
oligarchs,
fuck
they own all these houses. And we're like, yeah, go, Navalny, go. You know where else they own property?
Here.
Here in our cities.
Yeah.
And you know what we say when people say, well, we should stop S corps from buying real estate.
Yeah.
And we should limit the amount of foreign ownership. You know, we all say no. So it's just very funny. Like, we're like, he's exposing the corruption, but we're really happy to take the dollars of oligarchs and, you know,
Dude, we took them
people
twice.
here.
All the oligarchs' assets got seized once the war started.
Yeah, which I was against.
And
It's against. It's not right. It's not right. It's not easy to get a yacht.
my real estate.
It's not easy to run a fertilizer company for 30 years. Okay, that you won.
Oh, I think
in
it's
some
George
struggle where you had
Carlin.
to kill 9 people.
I think it
outside of a
triggered
cafe
George
in
Carlin
Prague,
there.
Okay, and you had to hide in a car, and you don't tell anyone about that. And now you know you've got 30 years, and you know it's like you have this yacht, and you've named it after the guy you watched die.
Wait, who is this?
No, I'm just making.
Oh, I thought you were
I'm
talking
just
about
making it up. Hopefully someone out there is listening. Goes,
Yeah.
this is interesting. But no, at the end of the day, it's like, and now you have a yacht, and then Putin invades Ukraine, and now you got to give up your yacht.
Probably not going to answer it.
Bro,
That you
what?
kill people for.
Fucked.
You kill people for that yacht.
Yeah.
Most yachts people die for.
Anyway, they seized all these assets that the
That's
oligarchs owned.
exactly
And,
what Dick Cheney
had
would
a buddy
say.
In real estate, and him and his buddies were already looking at the ownership of Russian assets in New York.
Yeah.
And that so that they could undercut them by 50%.
Yeah.
Trying to buy it.
Of
So they sell it to the oligarch.
Yeah.
Buy it back at half off again.
Yeah. And there's all these great stories about how they got around a lot of the sanctions. The sanctions really didn't impact the Russian economy the way we thought it would. There's a great story that actually came out about Nikolai Patrushev, who was the head of Putin's security services. He used to be the head of the FSB, their intelligence agency. He's like Putin's main guy, maybe the successor to Putin. His son, his best friend, is like this guy that works in a Norway energy company.
Dang, really? Oh,
And
yeah.
even though Norway, all these countries
shit,
sanction
dude.
Russia, they're just doing backdoor deals.
Oh, I saw the
You
oil
know-
tankers
you know
going
so much, man.
through the Bosphorus
Yeah.
in Turkey,
Right.
and they just have
Smart
no
guy.
labels on them.
crazy.
There's just these random.
There's ways
Yeah.
around it.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
ways around it.
What do we?
It's a long game. We
That's the
need
thing.
enemies. We need
Yeah.
enemies.
Yeah.
It's a long game.
Especially when your business
That's
is
what Russia was. We're never
bombs.
going to put them into NATO. We never got them into our thing because we need an enemy.
Yeah, why didn't we bring them in after World War II?
Because we need an enemy.
But we needed an enemy immediately, or they also wanted an enemy.
Well, I think it's good for everyone to have an enemy because it's very good for Russia to talk about the great, the Satan of America, and it's great for
Because
America
that
to
galvanizes
talk
the
about-
people.
Yes.
You need a common enemy that everybody.
Otherwise, people start listening to Big Mama.
Oh,
In our
no.
county.
Oh, no.
They start listening to Big Mama. Half the people that are listening to Big Mama, you have to go, Putin's Satan. Stop listening to
Thank
Big
God,
Mama.
no.
Oh fuck! So that's the issue when you don't. So that's the issue when you don't have an enemy that everybody's afraid of. You just fight each other.
Yeah. And then Putin gets out and goes, America's going to come in here. They want unisex bathrooms. They want your family to be forced into gay porn production and all this stuff.
Just don't
One
know
enemy
feeling,
is just way
sorry.
more effective when it comes to running a country. It's way easier to be 2 or 3.
Yeah, you need a Batman villain. You need an enemy. You need somebody to get.
I am very
because
blessed.
Otherwise, people start going, "Hey, what's going on here?"
Yeah. Stop
And-
asking questions.
Yeah, stop asking
So
questions.
now they got to make us fight with each other because there's no one we're really afraid of.
If
Like,
there's no
Americans
Joker,
aren't-
you start looking at the Batman like, dude, you're a fucking psychopath.
Yeah,
Just go in a cave
dude,
and
why
do
are you
stuff.
in this cave?
Yeah.
We're not afraid. Like, we're not afraid of Russia, really. Americans, maybe a little bit China. We fake care about the migrant crisis. Like, there's nothing that really is concerning us.
Yeah, I mean, so that's why they're trying to get us to be really afraid of Russia. It's not really working.
Nah.
It's not working. They're trying. And then China, we know it's there. We know it's looming.
Yeah.
But it's not imminent.
It also doesn't feel like they want the smoke that bad. Like, they want to beat us maybe economically, but they're not like, I want to blow you up.
China is much more, they can play the long game.
Yeah.
In terms of a conflict with America, they don't want one tomorrow.
Yeah.
They're
reliant.
They're just getting stronger.
They need us to buy
Military's just
shit.
getting better. Yeah.
So last time you were on the pod, you talked kind of in a way that made it feel like America's, you might have even said it, an empire on the decline.
Sure.
Do you still feel that way? If so, is it China? Who's next? What's the biggest
I
threat?
think we're in a stage of decline, but we're in a stage of decline the way a housewife is. She's in Beverly Hills. The tits are still out.
Yeah.
They're still out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's not getting the attention she got. The tits are still out.
Yeah.
She's still in a Porsche. She's on husband 3. He's no oligarch. But, he's got a good medical supplies company.
Yeah.
They got a house in the flats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's got one kid in rehab and another one who's an artist in Soho.
We're sharing stones.
Yeah.
We're Sharon Stone. We're not. It ain't crisis mode.
No,
It
it's
ain't
a
crisis mode.
beautiful, elegant
The tits
woman.
Are out, but
Yeah.
it ain't.
You're not 25.
It's not. We don't. It doesn't go backwards.
Yeah.
So she knows that.
So you think glory days are gone? How much longer do we have? And then who takes?
Glory days are all subjective. One guy's
Oh, so
glory days are
laggy.
another people's
So
house. Some
laggy
people say
though?
the 50s and
Wow.
60s were the glory days. Well, they weren't for minorities, gays, or women, right?
Yeah.
Some people said the 90s were the glory days. Some people will say that the early 2000s were the glory days. Some people will say that right now is the glory days because they just made a lot of money in Bitcoin and live in Miami and who knows. I just think that we're in our we're a little past bad bitch, and now we're in our front row of a Porsche heading down PCH kind of IDAF phase. I don't give a fuck phase.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's the sloppy pills phase.
Ooh. So we got to make sure that we don't get to the sloppy pills.
We want to.
AI, man. AI is
This is a
too
nice
much,
phase.
dude.
Driving down the PCH in a Porsche
This is a
incredible.
great phase because it's I've done it phase. Yes, people talk shit about me. Yes, I've had 3 husbands.
Yeah.
Yes, my kids hate me.
But
but I did it.
yeah.
At a certain point in life, you start going, I did it, no matter what you've done, which is actually hilarious. No matter what you've done, I've known some of the biggest losers in the world.
But they did it.
Still, when they get to 40, they start talking about shit like they'll talk about taking a bus.
Yeah.
They'll go, I took a bus. Like, they don't care. You have to look back and go, it was something.
Yeah.
So this bitch, we did it. We did it.
Yeah.
And we're in that phase. The next phase is sloppy pills. Where are the pills?
Is there a way to
We
avoid
don't want
that?
her to show up at the lunch phase.
Yeah.
Because she's a problem.
Is there a way to avoid that phase?
Technology, science, medicine. How good can it get? How much better can it get? I know you had that crazy guy in the other day.
Yeah,
He's
Brian.
also drinking his kid's blood. He seems fun.
All right, we'll take that answer. We got them to say the word pimp.
Honestly, he was great.
Putin will be on
Not that
this.
pimp is a good thing. I'm against pimping.
Before Andrew got
IRL.
Because we wouldn't fly out.
Here's the
Yeah,
thing.
Too far.
That's a good point.
Here's the it's great speaking to people that truly believe that they're going to change the world.
Yes.
Or believe in what they're doing. Like, I had dinner with Bob Lazar, with Rogan once. He's the UFO dude.
Yes.
And I don't know if I believe in UFOs, but I know he believes
man.
that he was doing it.
Dude,
Yes.
Like, I don't
like,
think
I
he's
tested
lying.
it out. Remember the
And
theory?
that
Check this
Brian
out. Check it out.
genuinely believes if he doesn't
all
get hit by a bus,
they all
he can live forever.
The CIA believes it. The FSB
We have
believes it.
we have a
Putin
droid.
Putin's not kidding.
Yeah.
Droid
Putin's
is
not
like the
kidding.
neutral
Putin genuinely
AI, I think.
believes
No, this
that
could be Android
Russia
18.
is the
I don't
West
think we have a
is going to
neutral
try to
AI
take
anymore.
Russia
Do we?
and westernize it. He
No, we don't. I
believes
deleted
that-
it.
I think he's right.
Yeah, I mean, Ann Applebaum,
All
the
right, we'll
Atlantic,
try,
all these people writing
um,
articles going, we need to westernize Russia. It's a failed state. It's a failed society.
It's
Da, da, da.
westernized. I
Well,
went
let's
to
try
Moscow.
artificial
I got stand up
intelligence.
there.
No, but it's
No,
westernized.
right.
All these people want to do is sell weapons. Once you just
Droid.
understand that
That's
the world
it,
is selling
yeah.
weapons,
Can
Yeah, it's
everything makes sense.
Okay.
You go, oh, I get it.
So let's back up. It's not
Check.
westernized in terms of trans bathrooms. They could
Or,
give a flying
what
fuck
is
if we
it?
love trans people or not. Are
Right.
you buying the weapons from
Droid.
Raytheon?
That's
If
right.
you're buying the
Please.
weapons from
Because
Raytheon,
that's
that's
relay
good.
That's it. So
the
they want.
message
That's what they want, and Putin
to
genuinely believes, whether he's right or wrong, or whether people think he's overreacting or not.
Yeah.
He believes there is an
down
existential threat
the
through NATO to Russia.
Yeah.
And I think he's
or
probably correct.
But isn't there always one from your neighbors? Like, I hate when people bring up that argument. They're like, "Oh, we've been invaded like this for thousands of years." It's like, yeah, that's what neighbors do.
Yeah, I didn't
Neighbors
word it
invade each
right.
other
Why-
for
It was
thousands
like,
of
that's
please
years.
why
forward the
you want-
message
Russia wants
that the
their
reactor needs to be
neighbors to
shut
not
down,
have
and like,
means
okay, I will forward the
do it,
message
to
or
do
some
it.
shit.
Completely get it.
Yeah.
Tough cookies.
I mean,
Well, no, but it is tough cookies because
Droid.
they have 200 nuclear weapons.
as
Do they work?
Forward
They work.
the
How do we know that?
message.
That's what I'm
that
saying. Like, there's a lot of like
the-
huffing and puffing. Like he was like,
Yeah.
you know, we have hypersonic speed and we have the
Listen,
greatest
if
in the world.
we didn't think
Thou
they worked, we'd be in Ukraine
to
fighting with them.
That's a valid point.
American boots are
That's
not
a
on that
valid point.
soil.
It's a valid
Open
point.
Wait a minute. Let's talk
to
about that. That's
allow
interesting. If
We will
we
send weapons.
we will send weapons.
We will not go.
And why
to
is that not a
the
violation? Like, if you're supplying the weapons to the people that are killing me, like I'm at
Because
war with
it's
you.
a fun game.
Because okay, so those are the rules of the game.
Yeah,
the
like
rules of the game.
that's
And that's why he's saying
how
I
that's how a nuclear
Yeah, with the
meltdown
Nord
is going to
Stream
happen in the
shit.
He
future.
needs this. Everyone needs
Oh, because
it.
it galvanizes it. People. Oh,
I'm telling you, man, there's going to be some sort of logic flaw like this,
We're both trying to avoid sloppy pills. He's got his tits out on a PCH.
right? And then
Everybody
coolant
needs
yeah,
this.
they need
does
it.
not open,
need
the
it.
water does not enter the reactor core, and there's a meltdown. End up with another elephant spit like in Chernobyl.
I got 2 great bits on this.
This is
good
good.
stage.
Yeah.
The Royal Albert Hall. Keep it going. We're gonna do it.
Also, Royal Albert
Please
Hall is
go,
beautiful.
London people.
London, go show off for Timmy. He's coming to Royal
Yes,
Albert Hall.
thank you.
When?
It's early April the 7th, I believe.
Okay, good.
It's a Sunday, but what are you doing?
Stunning
You'll go. Please go.
venue.
It's amazing.
It was really one of the most beautiful places.
No, I'm excited to do it, and I'm excited to do it. But yeah, I mean, it's like, we won't go there and we won't do it. We just have to give them the weapons. We can't do it because then a direct confrontation. But we don't want direct
If we
confrontation.
did Nord Stream, that's direct confrontation.
But it's,
Now,
nobody can prove it.
and how? But isn't what he brought something up on it? He goes, "There's only one
Yeah,
country."
man,
that's
we laughed
capable
so
of doing
hard.
it."
Yeah,
Right,
capable
so
with
Putin-
Well, that's
Putin
recognized,
knows
buddy.
they
Thanks,
did
man.
it,
Thanks
but
for being
here's
here,
the
bro.
deal.
Yeah.
He cannot
We
allow
laughed so hard, man.
American troops to kill Russian soldiers in the Ukraine
Peace.
without responding by going to a hot war with America. we can underhand it.
Oh, now I'm getting it. Okay,
Yeah.
so basically, he might not even want to go into a hot war, but his people will lose respect for him.
That's correct.
And his power will be threatened if he
They'll do a
doesn't go to
coup.
hot war.
They'll do a coup.
So he's only acting. So as long as we behave in a way where he doesn't have to react. Now, they must know that we're supplying the weapons. We're literally talking about it in the news. We're going $14 billion going to
Ukraine. He knows. He's literally said, stop supplying the weapons, and the war will end in 2 weeks.
Now, at the same time, you could probably argue we're also supplying food in some way to the Russian army. We're supplying Coca-Cola. Like the global economy is so intermixed.
Yeah, it's you know, at the end of the day, it's like this is a geopolitical chess game.
Yeah.
And there's things we can do without going into a wider war.
Yeah.
And there's things we can't do.
The double
we
dog.
can't put troops on the ground, and we won't. Our citizenry will not tolerate. We can put all the flags up. We can, you know, do all the songs and the dances.
Yeah.
We will not tolerate American troops in harm's way in the Ukraine. We won't.
Separate. Go.
A Russian rocket that can take down satellites. What's your opinion on it?
Do I know how accurate it is? I mean, the Russians have a lot of stuff. They've, you know, Putin rebuilt that country.
Do they?
Yeah.
Name a Russian car.
Yeah, but they're not going to bomb us with a car.
If you can't make a car, you can make a bomb.
No, you can make a bomb.
I don't think you can.
Yeah, in fact,
name a Russian car. Name a Russian boat. Name a Russian anything.
Sell these things.
The reason that they don't make,
They can make
cars is because all the money goes into bombs and things like that. Russia does not have a big economy. Well, it's not subscribed to it. It's fact.
I don't believe it. I mean, we don't know it's fact. You haven't seen
my
it blow
mother
up.
didn't believe Obama was a Christian, so it doesn't.
He's not a Christian.
She was like, you know, she goes, there's prayer rugs in the White House. I go, really? Okay. The reality is, Russia decided a long time ago, all they have is the teeth. They have fear. They do not have an economy. They're never going to compete with us economically.
Yeah.
They don't have the people we have. They don't have the ingenuity. They don't have
But
any
they have
of that.
natural resources, so they don't need any of that.
Yeah, but they're not.
land
So does
mass.
Brazil has natural resources. They need nukes. They need fear. They need the ability to pulverize. They need to be scary.
Yeah.
If they're not scary, then what are they? They've got an economy roughly the size of Brazil. It's not
a big deal.
It's not a big deal. They need to be scary, so they have scary stuff. Otherwise, we would treat them like Iraq. If they didn't have these nukes, he'd be gone already.
Yeah.
He'd be gone.
Okay.
We would treat him like Iraq. We put him in a hole.
Yeah.
We knew he didn't have weapons of mass destruction. That's why we went in there.
Yeah, but there's not 150 million people in Iraq.
That's a good point.
That's the thing. It's,
No,
like,
but
it's
sure,
hard
but
to manage a country of 150 million people.
We'd set up a puppet government. It would be fine.
But if
we
he
don't
thought
want to
he'd
go in there because we know that he has nuclear weapons. That's why countries want nukes, because it's the last line of defense against the West.
Here's my thought. If we talk about geopolitical chess, to me, the only reason I guess, I don't know if I support the war, but I'm okay with hopefully seeing Russia come over to this team, because China is the largest looming threat in my brain.
And you're absolutely right. You're
That's
correct. And the same members of our foreign policy establishment are saying we need to focus a lot less on Russia and a lot more on China.
If we can get Russia over to our
1000%.
side, if Putin falls, Russia eventually becomes Western.
I don't think so. I don't think the next guy is going to be a friend of ours. I think this was kind of a strategic mistake. I think we should have probably said, hey,
let's do a deal.
Let's do a deal. But I also just don't think we're that afraid of China either. I think that
I think is underestimating.
Yeah, we might be underestimating. I just think we're not that afraid of China. I think it's like we need China, China needs us. Yeah, I don't think we're that
mutually
afraid.
assured destruction with
If
us.
we were that afraid, I think we wouldn't be spending all these resources. I just feel like cooler heads will prevail with China, perhaps.
Okay.
However, they're gonna probably maybe take Taiwan.
I need to understand something.
Yo, our Black
we
Goose,
can't let
thank you.
them take
Appreciate
Taiwan
that.
so we can make the chips. That's a big deal with these chips. And then
I agree.
Nvidia out here like holding the whole stock market on its shoulders.
Yeah.
Definitely not gonna
Thank you
let
very
China
much.
come swoop in and take that.
It's going to be tough. We're going to have to figure it out. They want Taiwan. They want a unified. They want the South China Sea. They want Taiwan. They want their power base in Asia. They want to run Asia. They want to be the boss of Asia.
Yeah.
We're going to have to find a way to either let them be the boss or feel like they're the boss.
Okay.
All right, guys, let's take a break for a second, because some of y'all are taking supplements. You're not taking the best shit. You're just not taking the best shit, and you can be taking the best because your body deserves the best. Actually, I don't even know your body. All I'm saying is if I'm going to spend the money, I'm going to get the best stuff, because if I'm taking these powders, if I'm taking these supplements, it's to improve the performance of my body and my brain. So why would I not do the best? How do I know it's the best? I'll tell you why. Because the billion and trillion dollar organizations that need the best supplements for their employees, i.e.,
NFL football teams, college football teams, I don't know, the United States military. When you need the best performance, you're going with Momentous. Simple as that. They don't play games. When billions and trillions of dollars are on the line, they don't play games, okay? So this is not your little bodega bullshit. This is the thing that's going to give you the best results. So if you're already taking the supplements or you want to step your shit up, you're going to go with Momentous, okay? Momentous creatine uses creatine monohydrate. You don't know what that is? I don't even know what that is. But it's the gold standard in creatine supplementation. Is full informed sport and NSF certified for sports certifications, meaning it contains no banned substances, no toxic contaminants like heavy metals or pesticides. What you see on the label is exactly what you get, which is very important. You're gonna buy boxes from random fucking places. You don't know what the hell they're putting in there. They could grind up rats, cockroaches. You could be getting cockroach protein powder for all you know, but when you're with Momentous, you won't do it at all. Also, the creatine benefits for athletic performance include accelerated lean muscle development, increased strength and power, enhanced recovery rehabilitation, enhanced injury prevention, reducing dehydration, muscle cramps, injuries if you're playing paddle 4 times a week because you're cool, okay? No one that's not cool would do that or something. However, you'll figure out the syntax for that sentence. What I'm trying to say is your boy's on the Momentous. It's the only way I can be out there on them courts, getting busy with the dogs. It's straight dogs on the paddle courts, okay? Only way I can do it is with the Momentous. You know, if I need that protein isolate, I get the grass-fed whey protein isolate. Protein, fundamental macro nutrient that's essential for muscle growth. If you're lifting and you're not taking protein, then what's the point? You're not even building muscle at that point. You need to feed the muscle, and you're going to get your protein from Momentous. High-quality protein content provides essential amino acids that support muscle repair and growth after intense physical activity. We know what you're up to. We know what you're doing. Right now, Momentous is offering listeners of Flagrant up to 36% off with your first subscription order. And if you don't want to subscribe, you can still get 20% off creatine, protein, and all of my favorite products. Go to livemomentous.com/flagrant. Use the code flagrant at checkout to get those discounts and to get your life together. All right, now let's get back to the show.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break real quick because you need to get on Prize Picks. If you're not playing Prize Picks and you're playing fantasy sports, make the switch. Fantasy's a pain in the ass. You know it. You got to set your lineups every week. If one of your players gets injured, you got to adjust everything. You got to be there for a draft. It's so time-consuming. Prize Picks is so easy. Daily fantasy app. And most importantly, if you go to prizepicks.com, they will match your initial deposit up to $100 if you use the promo code Schultz. That means if you put in 100, they will give you 100 for free. Look at that. Happy just perked up. You're in about 100 free dollars. All right? All you got to do is pick 2 to 6 players every game, anytime, any day that you want to. And if they win or if they go more or less than their Prize Picks projection, you can win up to 25x your money on any entry. For example, tonight you got Mikal Bridges getting more than 24.5 points. Pick more. If you got Mikal Bridges getting less than 10 rebounds, you pick less. There you go. You just did it. I just did a prize pick for you. So it's that simple, guys. Do it on any sport you want. NFL, NBA, MLB, NHL, PGA, college football. They even did the World Cup of Cricket. I did that back there when I went to that fucking disaster of a final where India lost. Guys, prizepicks.com, promo code Schultz. Get on there. It's super fun. Let's get back to the show.
I'm trying to understand this George Soros character, okay? Yeah. I hear his name a lot. Sure. It's this boogeyman thing. Sure. And I'm trying to parse something here. Is he the equal and opposite reaction to, like, the Koch brothers?
Yes, I would say that the Koch brothers probably.
Can you explain who they are to the audience?
Yeah, I mean, they're a family of right-wing billionaires that are kind of more libertarian. They really love free markets. They love free trade. They want to make money. They own like Dixie Cup, like they own oil. They have everything, right?
But they are big donors.
They're big donors to public and right-wing causes. Yes.
And I assume
they have done. They've kind of weaponized philanthropy in a very interesting way.
Yeah.
They set up all these foundations and then reroute all that money.
Where I had my kid was a Koch, the New York Presbyterian Hospital.
The Koch Theater is the Met.
Love it.
So
they're doing a great job.
They are a huge force in right-wing politics.
Okay, so now I'm assuming that some of this philanthropy is benevolent, sure.
They have more of an interest in federal policy. He has more of an interest in state policy. crime
Well,
DAs.
I want to get to that in 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, but I assume that all these donations are not necessarily altruistic. They, in some way,
Yes.
help the Koch brothers' business pursuits, right?
Yes.
They can make, I don't know, change legislation,
Yes.
make it a little easier to do business, make some more money, right? So that's what you're dumping money
It's a great money in. There's a great book about this called Dark Money by Jane Mayer, where she wrote about how the Koch brothers realized there was a limit to campaign contributions, and then they started, infiltrating universities. They started really selecting people to be professors. They went on a granular level to try to advance their
Influence
policy
culture.
ideas.
Yeah.
Influence culture.
And okay, but I understand this because as long as these policies are out there and these ideologies are out there, and then maybe they might look at it and be like, yo, we're being heroes. We're actually saving the United States of America.
That's
we're
right.
saving freedom. So I'm not saying that they're nefarious actors here.
Sure.
But all the things that they support potentially make them more money, right?
Oh,
Let's
yes.
just say, okay, so
Oh,
that's
yeah.
ideally.
And their friends.
And their friends. More money. So that's bottom line. So I guess I'm trying to understand if Soros is the equal and opposite reaction, in other words, the quote unquote benevolent donator from the left wing side, what is he donating to that helps his businesses? Like, what are his businesses that deploying this type of cash is going to support? That's
well,
what that's
Soros
what I'm trying to make.
made billions of dollars a long time ago, crashing the English pound.
I read that.
He's a financier, but his interest is in social policy. So, Soros.
How does that benefit him?
Well, there's a lot of ideological reasons that George Soros believes the things he does. Like, he is a believer that the carceral state in America is.
That means prison.
Prisons are completely unfair and unjust, and he's not completely wrong there. What Soros often does is he will go and get two left-wing DAs and support them both so that they go head-to-head, and that the most left-wing one, they push each other to the extremes, and then the most extreme one will win. And his goals are what he feels like is a reformation of the American criminal justice system to be more focused on rehabbing criminals, not putting people in jail that don't belong there, and changing that dynamic.
So on paper, that looks like it makes sense. It looks
great on paper.
Now, I think that he's been blamed, and maybe rightfully so, I don't know enough, for the kind of destruction of some liberal cities.
Well, there are a lot of Soros-backed and funded DAs who are pushing ideas like no bail. They're pushing ideas like not
incentivizing crime in a way.
Yeah, and
but how does he make money on this? That's the only thing that's missing from this equation. 'Cause I hear this a lot, and if it's pure benevolence, he just wants to change the justice system, that's weird. But there has to be some way where he can profit off of this.
Well, I'm sure there is, by the way. I'm sure there is. I think that there's, all kinds of things, and I don't know the Soros portfolio, right? But like, there's a lot of tech companies right now that are focusing on like surveillance and things like that, because as things get less safe,
if there's more crime, then you would
more
need
surveillance. Yeah.
So that to me makes sense.
These guys are all behind the vaccine passports. They were all behind. They are all behind a world in which everybody's on the grid in a major way.
So if you're invested in the grid,
God.
you want to do
What is this?
everything you can to make sure more people have to sign up for the grid.
I think you want to
more
deliver people into a world, and you have to deliver them through a little chaos.
You can't force them there, but you can create a system.
You can make them want the
Hey, give us safety.
Yes.
Hey, my car got broken into 5 times. Can you put up some cameras somewhere around here?
Yeah.
So now you're begging for your own imprisonment.
If your goal is big government, and your goal is a, omnipresent government force, then I think a little street chaos is probably good ultimately.
But do you believe that's his goal? Because that's a far cry from, I just think the prison system should be reformed.
I just think he's wrong. Here's the thing with George Soros. I just think he's wrong. I don't know how Machiavellian he is. I think he's wrong. I think the way his goals are good, the way he's getting there is wrong. I think he's wrong. I think people can be wrong. I don't think we have to ascribe negative motives to everybody.
He could do it.
I think he's wrong.
Yeah.
I think he's wrong. I think that the policies he's pursuing make the people he purports to care about less safe. And those are poor people, people in the inner city, things like that, that are on public transit, are maybe going to be the victims of a crime. I think he's wrong. I don't know him well enough to know what his overarching motives are. And it's hard, you know, we can say that, and I don't know, he might, I do know that he's incredibly concerned with what he you know, he pushes the ideology of kind of the DIE, the diversity, equity, inclusion ideology, where he believes that the American society is fundamentally unfair and that it needs to be reformed. And I would have some disagreements with him there, for sure.
Right.
I think he's wrong. I think there's a lot of people that are wrong, not necessarily these evil characters. The Koch brothers, I think, are wrong. They believe in unfettered free trade. They believe in open borders because they don't want to pay anyone a wage. So if they open all the borders and everyone comes in, they go, do it for $1.
Yeah.
This is why the Koch brothers, they don't love El Salvadorian people. You know what I mean? Like, they're not like, we need more cultural diversity. They want to pay people the least amount that they can. I think they're wrong. Do I think that they're these Machiavellian evil types? Well, sure. Anyone in a suit that's a billionaire who lives on Park Avenue can fit into that and might be. But all we can say about a lot of these people is that they're wrong. Bill Gates is, I think, wrong when you're mandating people's personal health choices. I think you're wrong.
Right.
I don't know why he's buying up farmland. I don't know. That's creepy.
What is up with all these like real estate purchases you see from the billionaire
I think
class?
people want to own. I think people want to own resources directly, and I think they feel like you see this a lot in Europe right now, the Netherlands, where corporate, you know, small farmers are protesting all the time because they're putting all these new standards in place that make it harder to be a small farmer, greenhouse gas emission standards, things like that. And, you know, it's just, you know, these big corporate agricultural companies are the ones that are thriving at the expense of...
Yo, what's up, anyway? That's how I am. How are you,
in
man?
the real estate industry, when you have BlackRock buying up single-family homes...
Yeah, explain that, because I saw that.
Yeah, but he always...
BlackRock is this massive
you gotta do
hedge
it, man.
fund,
Yeah,
right?
during the pandemic...
Thanks, man.
There was a lot of rent relief.
It does, my man.
And some mortgage relief and stuff like that, right? And what ended up happening it ended up being, you know, a transfer of wealth. All these bailouts went to these big corporations, right? And it truly benefited not mom and pop landlords because they still were on the hook for their taxes and utilities and things like that. And, you know, it really benefited corporate landlords who went in and then bought up a lot of single family homes that people, and then they jacked the price of real estate up by going in and just outbidding everybody,
Lift the weights.
buying these homes in cash. And
You
now
will feel
people
good.
cannot, people have been priced out of home ownership, and now they're renting the homes that are owned by BlackRock. Up until recently, they kind of got out of the real estate game because they were taking a little heat. They were getting a lot of bad press, and, you know, things, you know, they're like, now we're buying at the height of the market, rates suck, whatever. They backed out, but up until recently,
Appreciate it, bro.
they were, I think, the biggest corporate buyer of U.S. residential real estate, and they've priced a generation of people out of owning a home. And they just did that because I think, eventually all of these big corporations want you to rent.
Yeah.
They want you to take Ubers and Lyfts.
Yeah.
They want you to have food delivered. They don't want you to own a business or even think about owning a business. They want you to work at a corporation that they own.
I mean, is that terrifying?
It's terrifying.
Yeah, it's like
cool, man.
I think that's even the model with the iPhone now,
That's
right?
cool, dude.
Don't you kind of like pay a monthly fee and you can keep on getting a new phone?
It was explained to me
You're
this
almost like
way.
leasing your phone.
The really smart guy came on my show. He goes, every entity. This guy Russ Baker. He writes books and crap.
Yeah.
But he said every government, whether it's a company or a government, every entity that's ever existed seeks power through control.
Yeah.
It's power through control. If you can control people, you have the power over them. So I think that it's like every government on earth, every Fortune 500 company, I think they want people to be just,
If you don't own your home, someone else has control.
Is there?
Yeah. So if you the less things that
I hear
you
you,
own,
man.
the more
That's
verticals
good,
there
man.
are to
Focus
exhibit control
on
over.
your life.
And is there a solution to this?
First, no obligation.
Because it seems
You
like
can
this
always
is just
lurk here.
inevitable the way it's being described.
I mean, maybe not. I do think
Hope
it's
everything's
interesting
going all right with you.
to look at, you know, whether it's crypto or whether it's, you know, the independence that comes along with a currency that's not Fed backed, right? Like the idea.
Oh, I was being facetious. Do you really?
No, I'm dead serious. I think that like eventually you will. I think unfortunately crypto might just end up being a thing that enriches very rich people anyway. But
God willing,
you know, independence. Independence, you have to fight for it. You have to keep fighting for it forever throughout history. That's the whole thing. You have to just keep fighting for your independence. It didn't end with the Revolutionary War.
So
this is where I give my big speech at the end here.
Go.
Like Katie Porter, like Big Mama.
yeah.
And then I go have a meatball on a stick for $19 in Soho, or whatever crap they now shove down our throats. You know, and just completely go against everything I said. But you just have to keep fighting. You just have to carve out ways that you individually can depend on less people.
Yeah.
And create communities. I think communal living is going to be a big deal. I think people are going to have their own cities. I think people are going to have their own value systems where they go, we're creating a space for ourselves that, you know, kind of like on the grid, but off the grid. I think people are going to, you know, all of this stuff. I think cities are going to...
Pods, we were talking about that, about the pod learning.
Suicide pods?
Yeah, suicide pods.
No, they're great idea. Get right in, it's over.
Exactly.
Yeah. Through the ancient door.
Yeah, but I think the thing with religion is always that a lot of the people that are going to take advantage of it will be charlatans. This is what has happened forever, right? Yeah. So like religion, I think there is a resurgence of religion. I think that faith is good. I think people should have.
Oh, yeah, you could shoot through the door.
Be a great force for
if that was a question.
I think it can be manipulated, and it often is by sociopaths to, you know, create a lot of violence and chaos.
I would still say net positive, but absolutely.
I agree. Yeah, I think it's a net positive. You know, so I don't know what happens. I can't predict it, but you will have to try in the small and big ways you can to like not succumb to all of this stuff, especially if you are a lot of the values that I was raised with, which is like go to college, take out student loans, do what everyone else is doing. I think those are not the right values.
Right.
The values actually are look at who's
so
succeeding, look at what they're doing. You know, try to figure out how you can be nimble, agile, move different places. No one's saying you have to live in the most expensive city in the world. Go find a city that's nothing with 200 people, make it something. Go take over Lexington, Kentucky.
Right.
You know what I mean? Dead serious.
Yeah.
Go take over something. Go build a community of like-minded people somewhere, you know?
Would you do that?
No.
Because I see you as such
you already did.
No, because I see you as, you're in a lot of ways you're a loner isn't the right thing because you're always around people, but you do march to be the only
Such a sick dodge, dude.
I've learned I
Dude,
used to
that
hate
dodge
that.
is so sick.
And I now
hey what?
Kind of being just kind of an island a little bit,
but
and then
I feel like you're like that.
Yeah,
you're
I like
well
that.
Liked by all these different groups.
Yeah.
You can make fun of all of them. They still bring you in.
Yeah.
And but there is a little isolation in you.
There's a little isolation for sure. I mean, but as I get older, like I'm 39 now, I think that career stuff is great, but I also think that like things outside of your career become much more important right around this age. So I think, I mean, I'm not against that now the way that I was. Like if you asked me 5 years ago, I'd be like,
would you join a cult?
Way.
You're not going to join?
No, I'd start a cult. I'd never join anything.
Where are you? Are you moving out of LA? What's the deal?
I don't know where I live. No one really knows. I don't even know.
I know the government does.
At the end of the day, I'm a resident of Dubai. At the end of the day, I sit down with my business guy and I go, where have I been?
No.
And he goes, here's where you've been and here's where you have to pay taxes.
And he counts the days.
And he counts the days. They all have the days when I go in to their office.
Would that have been pace? When did I pass away there? I guess we could do the math on it.
Park your ass in Texas.
I don't think it was pace though.
No, because I gave up on that.
Passed away with like 9 seconds.
In the sense that I love the audience.
It was like 142 pace or something.
I love Shane. I love everyone who works there.
Yeah.
I give up living there because I just.
It was like 10 seconds I passed away, pretty sure.
Yeah.
So I think you just gotta vibe with it. I didn't vibe with Austin, Texas.
So when you said you love Texas, what you meant was
I love the people that.
You love all the people that aren't from there that moved there.
No, I love the people there that I love. It's got a great culture, but it's not my culture. Here's the thing. I really believe that cultures are different. I feel like it would be like, for me personally, I'm such a New York guy.
Yeah.
And then I lived in LA being a New York guy.
Yeah.
For me, it was just Texas was a bridge too far.
Yeah.
That's all.
No, it's like you visit a place and you're like, yo, I love it, but I can.
And
It's a
slow
great
reaction.
culture. I love the music, some of the food, all that stuff.
But can't you get there? What is the thing that you're missing?
100% it wasn't
Seafood,
pace.
oceans.
Yeah.
You need a little water.
I need a little water. I like water. My mother, I think your mother's DNA is imprinted on you. And my mother loved Florida. She spent a lot of time in Florida. She like surfed. She was into boating. All that was always by beaches. Like, just being around water to me is kind of
Are
important.
you going to be out east this summer, you think?
Yeah.
For like extended?
I think so.
I love this.
I think so.
Yeah.
And the prices are going up right now because a lot of Jewish people don't want to go abroad because of anti-Semitism. So the values are up, and the rentals are up, and the prices are up.
Oh, the double dutch.
Everybody's winning all around. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
More.
It is what it is.
Springtime.
Why? Like no, impossible.
Oh, that's hilarious. So people been trying to rent your spot out there, like
Well,
crazy?
yeah, but I'm not gonna do it. But I don't think. But like,
Pretty fast. Yeah, it's not fast.
you know. So, but it's listen. Here's what I mean to say, and I don't mean to minimize the pain and the suffering and the hurt. But have we seen clouds, silver linings? And the silver lining sometimes of a little shake, because the Earth, the planet is just you're shaking a little bit.
Shake it up.
And you shake it a little bit, and I'm not shaking it. Who's mad at me?
Yeah.
You out there mad at me? Did I shake it? It's shaking, and it shakes, and then sometimes good things happen. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
And who are we to not take advantage of those good things?
I just say to myself, hey, what he did with the fire, I say, new, love it. Love it. Love it.
When do we get
and
the
then my
book?
realtor calls and goes, people don't want to travel abroad, and the house values are really going up, the rental prices are going up, and I go, oh, interesting. So I'm like, so one guy with fire and the house price going up?
All right, guys. We're going to take a break real quick because you need to step your dick game up. If your dick game could use some improvement, and I bet yours can, you probably think it's great. It's not that great. Blue Chew
I
is
hate
there
these
to have
ads.
all the same active ingredients as in all those other medications, but this one is the one we endorse. These are the guys that have fucked with us from the beginning.
Piece of shit,
You know what
putting
I
it
mean?
in the
And
middle of the
here's
video.
beautiful thing. If you're not
Such
sure
a
about
fucking
it, you
piece
just
of
want to
shit.
try it. Here is a special deal. Try Blue Chew for free when you use our promo code FLAGRANT. Okay, try Blue Chew for free when you use our promo code FLAGRANT at checkout. All you got to do is pay $5 for shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code FLAGRANT to receive your first month for free. BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. We obviously love Blue Chew. Thank y'all for sponsoring the podcast. Fellas, step your dick game up. Stop acting like you can't use some help. Get on that chew. Let's go back to the show. All right, guys, let's take a break real quick because Happy and me got to tell you about Morgan & Morgan. I don't even know if he's in the shot right now. He's coming and sleeping very adorably on my arm. Don't pan the camera down. Just know that it makes my heart melt. But here's what's important. If you are in an accident, not calling a lawyer means you could be leaving money on the table. And it's a pain in the ass if you get wrongfully injured. You got to go through all these. But I don't know, we used the phone book back in my day. What are you using now? The internet's, the Googles, the chat GPT, find the best lawyer. You got to figure it all out. Or you can just check out Morgan & Morgan. That's incredibly easy. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. They have over 100 officers nationwide and more than 1,000 lawyers. Here's what's important. They have recovered over $20 billion for over 500,000 clients. They have a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. Submitting an injury claim with Morgan & Morgan is easy. Again, getting wrongfully injured sucks. Normally, taking care of all the shit you got to take care of is hard, so do something that's easy. Submit an injury claim with Morgan & Morgan. So if you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless you win. That's important to know. Their fee is free unless you win. So for more information, go to forthepeople.com/flagrant or dial pound law, which is pound 529 from your cell phone. That's FORTHEPEOPLE.com/flagrant or pound law, pound 529 from your cell. This is a paid advertisement.
Book is coming out soon. I dropped my publisher because the guy who greenlit my book got fired or left the company. Something happened. And then they brought in a new lady.
Back up the whole thing. Okay, so you get this book deal.
I get a book deal.
Which I think is fantastic.
Great medium for you, yeah.
Yeah, I really like this.
Well, thank you.
The book is specifically about
my boomer parents and boomers in general.
And how
growing up
they
in the
ruined
90s. Yeah, it's like a fun satirical autobiography, but it's really about the type of people that I grew up with, which because of the internet, I think people's personalities are being more flattened now.
Yeah.
And these were really unique, terrible, funny, selfish, horrible, vicious, racist, homophobic, misogynist, awesome, fun, lovable
Americans.
Scamps. They were fun people.
You can be all things.
It can be all things. And they were just really fun and they perpetual victims, always aggrieved. Easiest run of all the generations, probably, outside of Nam. It was pretty smooth sailing. But again, they're always upset. They're always pissed off. They're always complaining. No, it's so true.
The easiest run
they bought of any generation.
They fucking cry about it.
They cry about it nonstop. Horrible, the things they had to
They bought a home for 40 grand.
Yeah, traffic, you can't get anywhere. Lines at the grocery store. They are the most.
Everybody's got an opioid addiction now. They're like, oh, it took me 2 hours to get to my $20,000 home, and
they're completely.
Parents served in the war. They were born after.
They were born after. They're disconnected. They keep telling their kids to do the things they did. They're not aware. It's impossible. You know, like my dad said once. I was like, all these jobs are going to be automated. He's like, you kids will have it all. He goes, you're not gonna have to do anything for yourselves. I go, yeah, but those are jobs. If people want to He's like, oh, come on. You know, they don't care. And they're very funny. They're actually really, really funny. You know, my dad said, we were at Christmas, and my step sister said something annoying about climate change. You know, like something annoying. Why lives in D.C. or whatever. And, whatever. I was eating a risotto ball, and she was talking. And then my father goes like this. My father goes, he goes, you know when you really start to pay attention to the weather? When you get a boat. And he goes, because we are on our boat, and we are really taking it. And that's their generation of people. Like, that's how, if they are not directly affected, I mean directly affected, they don't give a fuck about anything.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, it is the selfishness that they
invited their realtor to Christmas. My father looked at me and he goes, she's been fighting brain cancer for 20 years. He goes, she's really something. And then we're like, so they are ghoulish. They're ghoulish.
What's the title? I need to know the title.
Death by Boomers.
Ah, okay.
And it'll be about just how they.
Where do you get
They used to call us fat fucks. Like my friend's mother, Barbara.
Yeah.
And it was the funniest thing in the world. She was smoking
Who
Marlboro
shot me
Red.
there? Like, what?
She would roll down the way. This was her son. And she would roll down the. I mean, imagine. By the way, imagine. Is there a better woman than this?
How old are you?
14. She would roll down the window of her Saturn. She was smoking a cigarette, and she'd go, "Where are you, fat fucks, going?" I mean the mother, his mother.
Big mama.
Yeah. Big mama.
Okay. So they're like we talk about the generational wealth and the shit kids are ruining. Are they that for America? They had this.
But they're not even wealthy.
They're not wealthy.
No, but America
they have like, they have like a nice share.
No, but America was.
They're actually better off than the wealthy people because at some level of rich, you have to think about other things.
Yeah.
They had just enough money. All it did was corrupt them and destroy their children. And that's all it needed to do. They never thought about civic virtue or angling for position. They just wanted a Lexus and a shitty timeshare at a golf resort.
That's so true.
That's all they cared about.
But what I'm asking is, America was a power, and then this generation comes and then just kind of squanders the power, like the Vanderbilt.
No, it's not even.
It's not even that. These people are.
They live on Long Island.
Yeah, they live in Long Island. They live in the suburbs of any city. They're 30 to 40 minutes out of any city.
Yeah.
They are constantly talking about the girl at the dry cleaner who screwed their life up because she doesn't speak English and didn't understand what they wanted. They are to be found.
You see Meredith's Christmas lights?
Yes. They're what we call pool and patio types. They're on a patio, but a shitty pool.
Yeah.
They're talking about how many sacrifices they made for their children.
Yeah.
And when in reality, it's they have.
All right, be right back.
Yeah.
I had one woman tell me once, this woman Lisa, who I love, she looked at me, she goes, I married my husband for very practical reasons. She was drinking a martini, we were smoking cigs, drinking a martini. She goes, I married my husband for very practical reasons. She goes, we were never in love. I was 16 in high school. This was like a heavy thing to drop.
Yeah.
I was like best friends with her son. It was like a heavy fucking thing to drop. I was like, oh, I go, but you have fun. And she looked at me, she goes, we have fun. It was like amazing. I remember that moment as like, so interesting. She was very into like Eastern philosophy.
Okay.
And she was a housewife, and a lot of them were, right? She was into like Buddhism. She goes, you just go around this planet many times until you get it. And then she'd look at her son and go, she'd go, and you're never gonna get it. she said once, she goes, I swear to God, she goes,
Why the hatred to their kids?
because they view their kids as an impediment to their wellness, success, fulfillment. They did not. They're the first generation that did not want their children to have it better than they did.
Yes.
They actually wanted their children to be like they like put.
Did the children get in the way? Were they the first?
Yes, they got in the way.
So are they the first generation that are like, it's my life and I should be able to do whatever I want with it?
Yeah, I think the children got in the way, and I think the children also were there to support them emotionally, not the other way around. The children were there to let them know how.
So you have the greatest generation, and then you have the ghoulish generation.
My friend's mother I swear to God, just made up a fake attack in a grocery store. In a grocery store parking lot, so she didn't have to go to his wedding. She made up the fact that she was pushed down in the parking lot of a grocery store. This is a complete lie.
Her son's wedding?
Her son's wedding.
Unbelievable.
And she said, the attack has prevented me from going to your wedding. This was a complete fabrication. She invented that she was attacked in a grocery store parking lot.
Okay, real quick.
Unbelievable.
Unreal.
Okay, so every generation that had a major war is
such a good movie.
The story of,
Fight
hey,
scene, Drunken
we are
Master's so
sacrificing
insanely
for
sick.
your wives and your children, right?
Drunken
This
Dude, I have it on
generation, the
VHS.
boomers
That is
don't
such
have a
good
major
movie.
war.
No.
So is there no indoctrination of sacrifice?
the story's
so
pretty
then when
retarded,
they do
but the
have
fighting
kids,
is
they're
nice.
like, why are you in the way of me enjoying whatever I want to enjoy in this moment?
They absolutely are that. It's a great way to put it. They're also the first generation of people where they really try out mass marketing on these people. They are marketed to death. They are advertised. They have entertained themselves to death, which is a great book by Neil Postman, Entertaining Ourselves to Death. They're the first generation that is, my father used to cry at the Budweiser Clydesdale commercials. He loved the frogs. He loved the frogs.
I love the
He
frogs.
loved the frogs.
Crying at the Clydesdale.
No, he loved it. This is the first generation of people to watch World War II documentaries, to feel proud of accomplishments they never had and sacrifices they never made. And they would watch World War II documentaries and they'd feel very proud of themselves. That's the boomers.
They love a crew.
That's the boomers.
But what happened? What is the generation before that? What I'm trying to understand is, like, where do you get this perspective? Because that's all you know. That's who you were raised by. That's
right.
what you think people
So their
are.
parents were like the greatest generation.
But how do you know that boomers are weird? Because that should be the only thing you know. That should
your
be what
reality.
humans are.
I know a lot of people of a lot of different ages.
So you knew older people, and you saw how different they were from your parents.
1000%.
Okay, so give me great generation.
Greatest generation.
How did they raise these people?
I think they were. They were maybe if they were a little cold, a little withholding.
Coming back from war.
Stoic,
Yeah.
But I think they gave their kids a lot. I think they gave them a lot of context to what life is. There's a lot of religion. My grandparents were incredibly religious. There was also kind of this idea that their dream was for their children to have a better life than they did.
the children were like, I'll do it.
The boomers' dream was to have the greatest lives they could.
Yeah.
It was not about
It
their
didn't
children.
continue.
They actually felt that their children
Inhibited their dream.
To some degree, and they also felt like if their children couldn't figure it out, they couldn't figure it out.
Even the TV shows that come up from it are resentful of the children.
Yes,
There's a lot
always.
of comedy that's resentful of children,
Yes.
which is something
I love.
I'm finding out is kind of changing. Maybe just because I'm older, but like anybody around my age who just had kids, they message me and they go, "This is the greatest thing. You are so lucky. Enjoy these years."
Yes.
They love their kids.
No, it's amazing.
And it is so different than the comedy you saw. Like,
it's not funny.
It's not at all.
And it's good.
And it's
but
my
it shouldn't
funny
be.
friend. Even funny friends will just go, hey, this is awesome. This is amazing. Of course, the funnier take, hating your kids, you know, whatever Louis was doing.
Yeah.
But that comes from a generation of people that were very comfortable going, these kids are annoying, they're getting in our way.
1,000%. I also think they were the first generation of people to get effed up with their kids. They drank with their kids. Some of them smoked pot with their kids.
Oh, yeah, there was no disconnect.
There was no disconnect.
The cool
Like,
mom, cool dad.
Cool mom, they were like drunk. They were falling down in front of their children. Their children
They
were
would
putting
throw
them
the
to
house
bed.
party at their house when they were
We
there.
were doing drugs with our parents' friends. They were like screaming and yelling and just complete lunatic. They were complete maniacal.
And why? Why was there no disconnect?
I just think it was, you know, it was the relative ease at which things came to them. They had to create their own struggles. It really exposes the lie of the Woodstock generation. The Woodstock generation has been, I know you'll love this. We'll do Vatican II in a minute, but but the reality is the Woodstock generation, we see them as this progressive, free-loving. They were just selfish drug addicts. They were just selfish drug addicts. The drug change.
Keep going, my boy.
The drug just became money.
Yes.
Consumerism, booze and pills. They were just selfish drug addicts. They didn't care about any of this stuff. They just wanted to have sex in the mud and do heroin, and that's okay. But the boomers proved that because the boomers were those people.
And they just, the drug just became...
The drug just became money and status and all of that stuff. The belief system that was supposedly underlying all that actually never existed, ever.
I've always wondered, because I was thinking about this like last week, like these guys that are so conservative now were the Woodstock guys. How did that happen? What changed?
Well, they were never liberal, and they're barely conservative now. They actually chase their own self-interest like a dog chases a steak.
For example?
They don't, they're all anti-global warming, but all of them want to live on the water. They all want to live on the water. They all want to have a boat. They all, for the most part, think global warming is full of shit. Because, you know what I mean? But they all want, in the nature, to be exactly what it is for them. Everything is for them. They are against the migrant crisis, but they adore housekeepers, nannies, and a lot of the things that come with it, right? They think Biden's too old, but they're 75 and they're not retiring. And they're not selling their house. And they won't sell their house, and they're retiring to a larger house. But they also will scream and yell about Joe Biden being too old. But are they going to pass the business down to their son? Nope. Or are they going to put the house on the market? Or are they going to, no.
Are we different? And if so, how did we get
The millennials suck for a whole host of other reasons. They're a ribbon.
Are we millennials?
Kinda.
I think we are.
Millennials suck for a different generation because they were raised by these kind of boomer parents that were kind of Looney Tunes. The millennials got instilled in their heads that they wanted to be constantly recognized for something because their parents were so hostile towards them. The millennials went to universities in corporate America and said, please pin a ribbon on me, tell me I'm good, look, I voted, look, I believe in this and that and this cause, and I'm gonna pats on the back constantly. I'm good, love me, society, my parents hate me, will you love me? And they became annoying, they became helicopter parents. They're the ones that are over-parenting their children to compensate. They're the annoying people that are like, what's the new thing? Ukraine, this flag, sub that flag, now it's that flag, now I'm into this. And all of it is because they just want to be, they you know.
Adulation.
I had cousins and people like that. All they wanted was to get into a good school to hold it over people's heads. You know what I mean? They didn't care about knowledge. They don't care about, some of the dumbest people I know are the most well-traveled because they learn nothing by traveling. It's just an Instagram photo. They don't care.
Oh, wow.
That's what I respect about you. You learn stuff, and I'll talk to you. Like, you'll be like, you're inquisitive when you go to the Middle East and places like that. When my cousin goes to the Middle East, not just her, but people like that, when they go anywhere, it is solely to show other people that they have zero care about anything. That's the millennials. It's groupthink. It's give me love, tell me I'm good, tell me I'm better. I've done the work. I put the time in. Look at me. I got the job. I got the office. I'm the girl boss. I'm the whatever. And the Zoomers are kind of a little more fun because they're a little bit more nihilistic. They've seen all the institutions crumble. They've seen all the things.
Zoomers are after Gen Z. Oh no, that's Gen Z.
They are Gen Z.
This is after millennials.
Yeah, and the Zoomers are more self-starters. They're more independent. They've seen operations like this. They've seen people make great careers going the independent route. Millennials really, for the most part, didn't see that. Millennials looked more towards the institutions. They wanted those institutions to convey the respect on them that their parents didn't. The Zoomers are like, okay, we're out here in the wilderness where
let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen. We're self-starters. We don't need anyone. We don't need a corporation.
And their parents love them, so they don't need that validation.
And their parents love them too much.
They've kind of like, maybe it's badass of them, or maybe it's dangerous, but they've kind of rejected the woke ideology a little bit.
Yes, they have, because it's a very the woke ideology is a very millennial
so you
ideology.
have to reject the generation.
Yeah, that ideology is about advancement. It's not. It's about the revenge of the mediocre. It's not about helping actual, genuine people that have been disenfranchised.
Yeah.
It's more about pinning a medal or a ribbon on yourself and saying, I believe the right thing, give me a job.
Yeah.
I want to be, you know? It's all these people that went to school and they majored in things like gender studies, and then all the boomer right-wingers were like, you'll never get a job. It's like, no, they created the jobs.
Yeah.
They created the jobs. They created the institutions. They said, you need a diversity thing. You need a sensitivity reader. You need this. You need a cultural sensitivity czar. And they became all these jobs. And that's what the Zoomers see, how fake it all is. They see through it.
Yeah.
And the millennials do such a bad job of disguising that it's really just like, whether you want to call it a jobs program or the revenge of the mediocre, that's what a lot of that ideology
It's refreshing, though, that the Zoomers see it so clearly.
Yeah.
Like, you speak to some of these kids, and they're painfully aware of how ridiculous it is.
Yes.
They kind of laugh at it, but it's not like they're not progressive about certain things.
Yes.
There's certain things that make sense. Like, they kind of go, yeah, obviously. Like, you don't have, it's not like their rejection is
they have so
fucking throw gays off the buildings, right? They don't
Not
reject that. The bad ones.
Yeah.
But there are a little bit, I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, they're
gay marriage is obvious. It's like
exactly. You're like, yo, let them get married, whatever.
But we can also call each other gay, and that's not hateful.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They've kind of like evened out in a nice area.
I think that generation would be the one that is going to have the biggest role to play in all of the things we talked about and where America lands.
Yeah, you have the most hope for them.
And whether it's hope, it's certainly interesting to watch. It's everything you're saying is correct. I think it's too soon yet, because I think we could have looked at like these boomers and went, wow, they're really rejecting like this commercialism and all of this stuff, and then literally they turned on a dime. So I don't know which. It's very interesting to watch, but I think the indications are good from that generation, except there's a little nihilism there. And the nihilism is a problem. And the nihilism they can black pill themselves into.
Explain nihilism a little bit.
The idea that because everything is so terrible and all the information is at their fingertips,
they can't believe any of the information.
They kind of not believe any of it, and they've disconnected emotionally from it. That's why they'll just watch videos of people getting their heads chopped off.
Also, like, a lot of the drugs are dissociative, right? They're like,
I mean, Euphoria is such an amazing show because it does paint like a pretty accurate perception of what's going on in a California high school. You have people ODing, people struggling with gender identity, violence. You have people's parents, struggling with drugs issues. So it's such a great show. That being said, like, Sam Levinson did a great job of painting an accurate picture. But you watch the show and go, wow, what an amazing show. Then you go, I don't want my kid going there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're like, I don't want my kid going to Euphoria High.
Yeah.
But the nihilism is interesting. I have noticed that with some of them.
They're a little black-eyed.
They are
black-eyed nihilists.
And I thought it was
my godson, 3 years old, black-eyed nihilist.
Yeah.
Just kind of looks at you. Doesn't care.
Unaffected.
Doesn't
seen
care.
everything.
They're just
I thought
they've seen everything.
You know what's funny? I thought this was I saw a lot of girls that grow up in New York City are like this.
Oh yeah.
Even our generation.
They're going to clubs at 14.
Exactly. They've seen it all. They've been like
all.
had fucking disgusting old men with their like parents' friends trying to fuck them. Like,
right.
They've seen the world for the worst versions of it. If you're protected in a nice, lovely little suburb and everybody's polite to one another and you're not being manipulated by old dudes every single day and some guy's trying to finger you at work, etc.
Yeah.
You can have, these doughy eyes about the world. These girls at 14 going to the fucking
They
club.
know what it's like.
And they have that little bit of nihilism. That's what I see in the Zoomers.
I think we have
a little bit of darkness.
And it's good, but they can't OD on it because then it could get a little.
You're unaffected. You're just unaffected by anything, and you need to be affected to do shit.
You need to be affected. You need to care a little bit about something. And it's just very hard. It's very hard because the world has gotten crazy.
Yeah.
And it's always been crazy, but it's now delivered to you. That craziness is delivered to you. There's a gang of kids in Arizona, white kids, running around attacking other kids randomly. They killed one of the kids. It's Gilbert, Arizona. It's like an hour outside of Phoenix. I talked about it on my show. There's endless videotapes of these white kids stomping on the heads of kids.
Jesus.
Stomping on the heads of children. These kids are raised in gated communities in the suburbs. So there is something, I think, there's a nihilism that goes on where these kids become sociopaths by they're desensitized.
Yeah.
Okay? And it's crazy.
Clockwork Orange, yeah.
Clockwork Orange. This kid, Preston Lord, he died. This 16-year-old kid was killed at a house party. And, now they're trying to make arrests. It's kind of difficult, but like, they're running around Arizona. These are rich white kids rich by the standards of Arizona, not Manhattan. Their parents own a fucking gym or something.
But they're also like,
you know what I mean?
They're also kind of raised in a social media era that's not really about, this is going to sound super fucking pretentious, whatever, but there's not a lot of art in it. It's more just like clout and clicks.
That's correct.
So it's just how do I get attention? Whereas I feel like maybe we had a benefit, at least growing up in New York, where like, even if you weren't the most successful person, if you were the best artist, you had a lot of respect. Like people are like, hey, that guy right there is a great skateboarder. That guy's a great, and you really respected that person because of their craft.
Yeah.
And I feel like now it's just like, what kind of train wreck will get the most views and clicks? Okay, let's put that out there. And then you have kids trying to recreate the train wreck instead of getting really good at a thing. And when you know that it doesn't matter about being good, it just matters how crazy the train wreck is. Of course you're going to be nihilistic about it. Why would you care?
Yes.
I don't care at all.
That's right.
What's the split though? Because you started saying Gen Z is like the most hopeful generation, and now you're saying.
Well, there's hope in them in that they look at our absurdities, and we do have a lot of absurdities.
Yes.
The worst version of them is black-eyed nihilists that don't care about anything at all.
That's the fringes, I think.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think the best part of Gen Z is that they're appropriately skeptical of the institutions.
Yeah. Why?
And they're not.
They're raised to be. It's like they don't need to learn like us.
They need.
Like we learn.
They look at Big Mama.
They know.
When Big Mama comes on with the cookie.
Yeah.
And she takes out the whiteboard. The boomers love it. They get excited.
Yeah.
That's our avatar. That's Big Mama.
Yeah.
Katie's gonna come on and slap Jamie Dimon around. This is our Tuesday ritual.
Yeah.
The Zoomers look at that and they know what it is. They know it's fake.
Yeah.
They don't care.
They laugh at it.
They laugh at it.
Funny.
It's funny. It's entertainment. It's the way I look at it. And I think that's the best version of them. The worst version of them is running around and killing people in Arizona.
To give them credit, there's stories of us killing, like, who was it, Matthew Shepard, I think, when it was like the late 90s. This dude is gay, bunch of homophobic.
Yeah, that was a meth thing that they've repurposed to be a homophobic thing. It was meth related.
Oh, really?
I'm very big into facts, but I'm sure they were homophobic as well.
It just so happened.
It was one of the. There's more layers to it. That being said, I'm sure nobody was winning a progressive award down there.
We had our fringes that did crazy.
We had our we had the trench coat mafia.
Yeah.
We had school shooters. We still do. There's always gonna be, I think, that antisocial thing.
Yeah.
But are these kids getting, the machines are also big. Maybe it's not the kids of the future, maybe it's the machines.
I feel like the Zoomers would see a school shooter and like eye roll. They'd be like,
oh yeah, totally.
Well, it's still happening.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing about the school shootings now is that they're not as effective as they were. In the sense that society doesn't care.
There we go. Yeah.
They don't care. Society doesn't care anymore. No one cares.
Yeah, it sucks.
And it might actually stop them.
That's what I'm saying. Like
Start
if you're
pouring gas and lighting yourself on fire.
There you go. Make some change.
At least that's you. I have no problem with that. That's just you making a choice for your own
But
body.
that's the Zoomers. If they're so desensitized,
then
to this
do
thing,
it yourself. That's a great moment that he's having there. And I look at it because when I see, and he's still, because he begins the Free Palestine, he says it, and he says it. And then the third one, he's really going. So he's like,
he's curdling.
But it's a great moment in terms of, brand awareness.
Yeah.
This is brand awareness.
It is.
It's brand awareness. He's in the fatigues. He's in the camo. He's in front of the embassy.
Fresh press.
It's well framed. The video's good. It's
well
not too high def.
framed.
You don't want too high def.
Come on,
You don't want to
man.
shoot this in 4K.
Yeah.
This is
It
a
is
1080.
well framed.
Yeah.
It feels good. And you know what it is?
1080.
It's a 1080. You want it a little blurry, a little grainy. It's more historic. It's more historic. And
Yo,
I
what's the
I
message?
love
Thanks,
this
bro.
for him right
Is there
now.
any
Oh
narration?
man, I don't know if I'm
Yeah, he
even.
just
I'm
yelled
not
free pause
pacing
a
at
few
that,
times, and
dude.
We need like a black kid
I'm
holding
not
it
going
like,
for world
damn.
record
Yeah, well,
straps.
it's got to be on World Star.
Yeah,
It's got people are going
I
to
think
comment on it. But I just
realistically,
love
the
this for him right
fastest
now.
pace
I love the visceral. I
with
love
my
the
straps
look.
I'm using is like
And I
maybe
just- I
137,
think it's,
136 on a miracle.
Because marketing companies are looking at this. If
On
you
an
don't
absolute
think
miracle.
they're going to somehow learn a lesson from this to sell Chobani flips, you're out of your mind.
Chobani flips.
You're completely out of your mind.
Unless they go no body
If
armor.
the Chobani marketing team is not watching this
Randomly,
video,
I do
they're
some
amazing
random no
because you
body
put
armor
it
runs.
on,
Right
it
now.
works.
Yeah.
But if you don't think they're watching this over and over again to try to figure out how do we get it to do, like, what if we pour nuts on ourselves outside of the Dannon factory?
there you go.
Say free Palestine.
Get
And
Kendall
say,
Jenner on
you know
it.
what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
So it's interesting, you know?
Tim,
Andrew,
I
thank
love you. You are the man.
Thank you for
I
having
want
me.
everybody to go check out Tim's stand-up. He
Thank
is
you.
on tour. You're constantly on tour.
I'm over. It's
I
over.
don't know how you. I don't know how you.
My
churn it
agent
out.
is very overweight, and this is why it works.
Justin, we love you, Justin.
We love you because when you're on tour a lot, you're killing yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's also killing himself at home.
Yeah.
So what I can't yell at him, like I can't. It's not like I have a fit agent playing tennis.
Yeah.
And I'm just dying.
Yeah.
We're both dying. That's why it works. But I'm getting off Royal Albert Hall, and then we're
And a
done.
whole European tour too.
And European tour, Helsinki, and the other crap. Who cares? I'm a Royal Albert. Who cares? Dublin sold out, or Belfast. One of those hellholes.
Yeah.
The point is, I'm kidding. I'm from there. I love you. Potato heads. Now the point is, Royal Albert Hall. We're talking Marco. We're talking good people over there. We're defending the monarchy. I'm there to defend the monarchy from the interlocutors, from the people that are good, and the Tim Dillon Show. And we love everyone and thank you. And you're the best.
Yo,
and
check out Tim.
Thank you so much.
We need Tim
Thank
to
you.
host SNL, dude.
Yo, Tim, what do you? Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about SNL.
Yeah, it
Shout
was
out
amazing.
to Shane.
Shane did
Shout
a
out to
great
Shane.
job.
Yeah.
He did an amazing job. They asked me to, just to show you where my career is at, they asked me to host an RFK benefit instead. So that's similar. It was on a Saturday. I said no.
Yeah.
But that's where what I'm doing right now. It's like just me and RFK dodging bullets.
How do you feel about RFK?
Fun, like him, not gonna win, but that's okay.
Would you vote for him? Are you voting for him?
Maybe. I think I would. I do like him.
Yeah.
I do like him a lot. I think I would vote for him. He's hard to run for president.
Yeah.
That's what I'll say.
Yeah.
It's
He's
very-
charming though.
He's charming. His wife is amazing. Cheryl Hines is amazing.
Yeah.
Herb is the greatest comedy.
And brave, knowing that like every time his family did this, they got killed.
I mean, they would go shoot his dog in the head in front of him and then look at him and go, isn't it sad that dog drowned?
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. They go, God, that's sad the way he drowned. And he'd be bleeding with a bullet in his head. He's staring at him as a kid.
No, it is.
He went through a lot.
It's audacious what they've done to his family.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I like, even just looking into it.
They've also killed the Kennedys, though, but that doesn't make it right.
Wait, tell me.
Well, you know, Ted drove that woman off a bridge, drowned her. They were bootleggers. They were in with the mafia.
I heard the
They were
bootlegging.
rapists. They raped people.
Really?
Oh,
Well, now I really want him on.
yeah. No, they're.
Now I need
not
RFK
him,
to
but
come on.
When we're talking,
No,
they
you're saying
probably
his family.
whacked Marilyn Monroe and stuff. They're not clean. Nobody's hands.
They whacked Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah.
For saying that she fucked.
Yeah, there's things, but I mean,
I heard the bootlegger thing was a CIA smear.
no, they're not clean. They're
I
not.
didn't say they're clean. I just heard the bootlegger thing was because he was making clean. He was making like clean movies in Middle America. That was the business.
Was it the business? I just think it's kind of well known that they certainly became friends with a lot of mobsters if they weren't bootleggers. What a fun coincidence.
What do you think? What do you think?
Well, I just think, listen,
We gotta have 'em on.
that level of, at that level of society, you're commingling with a lot of unsavory types. I'm not saying that the Kennedys deserved anything that happened to them. I'm just saying they're not an innocent family.
Really? So they're not just this innocent, benevolent family that's just trying to save the Hudson?
No, they never were. They were a ruthless, bloodthirsty,
dynasty,
patrician, blue blood cult. That, of course, has some weird curses, and they threatened a lot of power factions that eventually hit back. And that was not good.
So they wouldn't play ball. They could have just rose to power, been another great American name, last name.
Yeah, JFK was a patriot. He loved his country. He was certainly a guy who was a revolutionary guy in the sense that he believed that the American government should function a different way. And that ended up getting him killed.
It seems like everybody who believes that kind of ends up dying.
Yes, but also those people, aren't always, they're not always, their motives, are not always, they make a lot of messes along the way. To getting to where they get to.
Yes. Okay, back to Shane real quick. Amazing story.
Yes.
To see that it's done.
Yes.
Kind of galvanized the comedy community to support SNL. When I feel like we were kind of fractured with SNL.
Yeah, I think it's a great story. I think people are supporting Shane. And he did an amazing job, and it's such a great story. I think.
It's also so weird, like the thing that you see, like. Also, one thing that shocked me, because I was, he was in the city
what's up, Drew? What's up, man?
The monologue, and I'd seen him do the monologue and just
wasn't benching, dude. I'm doing 165 pounds.
The most endearing, hilarious,
chilling nice, man.
Really,
but the reason why I'm doing that weight is because I want to do more reps. Because I had moved up to 205.
Right.
Yeah.
But I was only doing like one, maybe two reps.
We were beyond this point in comedy. Just the fact
and I felt like I wasn't.
You could feel.
I felt like I wasn't doing like a workout, because I would do like 5 sets and be like 5 reps.
And I also think did great.
You know what I mean?
Because here's the deal.
So
that should happen to an extent.
I don't know.
People should go, "What's going on?" And then he's so funny, he overcomes.
Yeah.
I think it's good. I think tension's good. I don't see
I don't know.
the building tension, the releasing of it. That's what
I haven't. I haven't
really
tried with the spotter.
But it's New York City. Here's the deal. You're performing in New York City, in the middle of New York City, and people might be a little like.
But I think I can probably do like.
Yeah, but it's probably a crowd of people that might be a little bit.
Definitely maybe 225, maybe higher.
I didn't realize that there was still.
Probably more, 1 rep.
No. You can't talk about this, but there's still topics.
Yeah.
I guess maybe in certain.
But I think that's good for us. I don't think we need.
I'm kind of like a rat in a cage. Honestly.
Our superpower, if there is a superpower.
Yeah.
I think if I worked out at the gym, I think I would maybe
but now, so it's
be bigger, maybe lift bigger, do more reps. I don't know.
I do feel like we're entering a time where
I think I would just get bigger, but maybe that's
but
just
that was a reminder to me, like,
all
oh,
in my
maybe
head.
certain spaces. Because I really thought that part of it, that they initially tightened up, obviously ended up winning them over. But even in but I couldn't believe it. It was such
and I have bicep curls. I'm doing 50-pound bicep curls, and I'm doing
because this is
10
a guy
reps,
who comes from, I had him painted as this
and
bigot
then
who's from this
I
certain
dropped
type
to
of
30
family.
pounds,
the end of the set, the
and I
beginning
do
of the set,
7 reps like right away after.
I thought the moment where he flipped everything, it wasn't rocky by any stretch, but I could feel like things ascend
like
when
a
he was
set.
like started being like, I can look at everybody
10
not
pounds
laughing
to
at me
join the
right
gym.
now.
Oh,
He
wow,
kinda stepped
insane.
outside of the set, and then he closed. I thought it just crushed.
I think it's
That
just
was my
comedy.
feeling.
I think it's comedy. It's just sets or
true.
sets or sets.
Yeah.
Right? And I mean, that's really what it was. A masterful set, I think, especially for a monologue on that show. Amazing.
I also think the SNL audience, like, they know that it's being recorded. They know it's live.
Yeah, there's like a pressure on them.
Yeah.
I want to hear a little SNL in Russia. And where I'm standing
Yeah,
there,
like a
and
treadmill. I
there's
have an
red
elliptical.
lights on my chest, and I just
Treadmill would be
and I'm
nice.
like, and I say hello, and Putin's there, and everyone nods, and I go, it's great to be here. And then like after every joke, it's just a bunch of like oligarchs and czars, and they're all smoking cigars, and they're all just kind of looking at each other, and there's no left. Everyone just kind of looks at each other. So that would be mine. That would be amazing for me. And then I just get through it, and they just.
I'd probably try
Would you
heavier dumbbells too.
Yeah.
Like more bench,
I absolutely would.
They should have had you.
free weight dumbbell
It would have been a
stuff,
lot more fun.
heavier.
What would you have
I'm
done
doing
when you
like
doing the history lesson? Would you go
40-pound flies.
I would. I think a little.
Which
of
is
the
not very
history
much.
Lesson was good, but I would have got into it. Been like, what did you think of Prince Oleg? Piece of shit.
I think if I had more room and better
all
like
this stuff?
I think I'd probably do 50-pound flies per
Do
arm.
you think there was gay activity? Do you think there was any gay activity with Oleg? Let's be honest. I hear
Thanks, man.
Oleg.
We were talking to this historian. Apparently Hitler.
Yeah, I've always been
gay.
kind of
Is that true?
thin.
Or just very, maybe not gay, but very welcoming of the gays.
Was that true?
That's what we heard, and apparently had to like change his policy a little bit later because some other people were not as welcoming. Well, what was he saying?
Yeah, that there was like a lot of like gay SS members that he was like that were very openly gay that he was kind of
70s
accommodating of,
insane.
didn't really have any.
I think at the end
Oh,
of the day,
no
he's
way.
Like, I think Hitler's thing was we have one job.
Which is
Shit.
And if everyone's doing that job, we're not going to run around and get real personal with everybody and nitpick. We have one game.
Range of motion.
We've got a tunnel vision.
Yeah. But then sometimes people are like, oh, but they came for the Catholics too.
Wow.
I know
That's scary stuff. Yeah.
They mostly wanted to come.
Yeah, they really try to.
I'm doing like 10 reps per set.
It was really a Catholic issue.
I feel like I could do heavier and still get like 8 reps.
That's what the boomers do. The boomers see the whole
This
like,
setup is a pain in the ass.
If the boomers can be explained in one sentence,
Maybe I just gotta
it's a
speed
woman
this one. Me, if I have more
sitting down
room,
drinking a coffee going, the
bigger
Irish were
bench.
slaves too. Thank you guys.
Oh, man. Thank you so much, bro.
Thanks, man. Yeah, man. I do have the power tower that Toad recommended I buy. So that helps with like pull-ups and hanging stuff and some ab work. I don't know though. I think the free weights still I build more, but maybe I'm building more my back with the pull-up bar. Yeah. Man, I just can't wait to go outside in the summer. I'm not lean enough. I've just been inside all winter playing GoldenEye. And lifting weights. Thank God I've had my weights. Thank God. Honestly. This is really fast. I don't know. I might just play out more really low health runs. Because I've been quitting out like runs where I've had like 2 bars of health. But I don't know. When I've had a lot of health, I've been getting lit up in the big room. So I might just try some really low health runs. Yeah, man. Fly station forever, that sucks. Yeah, the standing fly, or even the like, yeah, the fuck's it called? Where you like pull up the pulley or whatever's on the ground, so you're like pulling up, like fly with your chest to the ground, kind of. Gotta do the cardio, yeah. Wow, nice. Yeah, you just feel better too. You get the complete happiness. The complete push through. 40 minutes, that makes you push through like a lot of couple wins. Yeah. As boring as it is, yeah. Nice, man. Yeah, I have not been doing cardio. My elliptical I do like 5-10 minutes. Probably more like 5. But it's like a pretty high resistance elliptical. Well, I don't do it at the minimum. I do it with some resistance. Yeah, I was thinking of going up to 185 on the bench again, on the bench press, but then I'd do maybe 3 reps. Now I'm doing 4. I did 5 of 165 my last time, which is kind of progress. I haven't been trying to max out my reps, but I just felt comfortable doing 5, so I did 5, which is pretty good for me, I guess. Like, yeah, I eat a lot too. I don't drink any like sugar. I don't eat any like chocolate or donuts or anything dumb. I have a very strict diet, actually. Yeah. Two sets of 10 reps. 1 set of like 5. That's a good idea. Because I can just add a couple 10... I have 2 10-pound weights. I don't have to even screw them in. I can just throw them on the bar. They won't fall off. That's cool. Okay, man. That's a good idea. I'll try that. Or start with 185 and then go back down. Yeah. It's a good question. It makes you wonder what your goal is, what my goal is. I take glucosamine for my joints. Seems to help. I definitely notice it. I think it's made from like either cow bones or crustacean shells. Glucosamine sulfate. I don't know, with the heavier weights, just I felt it on my joints more than anything. I turned up the podcast. I don't know if it was too loud. I'll put on something. Oh, should we watch the fucking the Putin Tucker interview? This is really boring though. It's painfully boring.
The following is an interview with the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin,
and there's no subtitles.
February 6, 2024 at about 7 p.m. in the building behind us, which is, of course, the Kremlin. The interview, as you will see if you watch it, is primarily about the war in progress, the war in Ukraine, how it started, what's happening, and most pressingly, how it might end. One note before you watch. At the beginning of the interview, we asked the most obvious question, which is, why did you do this? Did you feel a threat, an imminent threat? And that's your justification. And the answer we got shocked us. Putin went on for a very long time, probably half an hour, about the history of Russia going back to the 8th century. And honestly, we thought this was a filibustering technique and found it annoying and interrupted him several times. And he responded he was annoyed by the interruption. But we concluded in the end, for what it's worth, that it was not a filibustering technique. There was no time limit.
How about you? What?
We ended it after more than 2 hours.
What are you benching now?
What you're about to see seemed to us sincere. Whether you agree with it or not, Vladimir Putin believes.
I'm curious. What are you benching now, if you don't mind sharing?
Ukraine.
Good question. You don't have to say, man. I know you, dude. You shared some fucking insane numbers before. I think you said like over 300 pounds before. That's fucking crazy.
On February 22nd, 2022, you addressed your country and nation address.
I mean, I guess if you work, if you go crazy, you can get there. But you were like at like 330, 350, something crazy. Like, that's fucked. That's crazy, man.
Surprise attack on our country. And to American ears, that sounds
on incline.
Tell us why you believe the United States might strike.
I don't have. Yeah, my bench isn't an incline bench. I don't know. I didn't find it. I gotta get even just a fucking
Are we having a talk show or a serious conversation?
something to incline.
Here's the quote. Thank you. It's a formidable series.
Because your basic education is in history, as far as I understand.
Yes.
So if you don't mind, I will take only 30 seconds or 1 minute to give you a short reference to history for giving you a little historical background.
You're doing per arm 110 pounds? That's insane, dude. How do you get it up, man? Like, how do you get the fucking... You just swing them up? That's crazy, bro. 100-pound dumbbells? That's fucking... That's crazy.
In 862. When the townspeople
I'm lifting heavier. That's heavy, though.
Prince Rurik from Scandinavia to reign.
On each knee. Then kick one back.
In 1862, Russia celebrated
at a time.
the 1000th anniversary of its
It's the hardest part. Yeah.
And
Oh, okay.
There's a memorial dedicated to the 1000th
Okay, so you use 2 hands for one.
In 882,
Holy fuck, 100 pounds on your knee.
Oleg, who was actually playing the role
Holy
of
shit.
regent at Rurik's younger son.
Nice.
Because Rurik had died by that time, came to Kiev. He ousted 2 brothers who apparently had once been members
This
of
might be too
Rurik's
quiet. Whatever.
So Russia began to develop with 2 centers of power, Kiev and Novgorod.
That's crazy, man.
The next very significant date in the history of Russia was 988. This was the baptism
Even
of
the
Russia, when
fucking
Prince Vladimir,
50
the
pounds.
great-grandson of Rurik, baptized Russia and
It's just,
adopted
it's not
Orthodoxy
hard, it's just awkward. Maybe if I was in a
From this time, the centralized Russian state
in a gym,
began
it'd
to
be better.
strengthen. Why? Because of the single territory, integrated economic ties, one and the same language.
Yeah, man, I
and
think I'm gonna do
operated baptism
another
Russian,
weightlifting
the same
stream
faith
tomorrow
and
afternoon,
religion.
probably.
The centralized Russian state began to take shape.
Probably.
Back in the Middle
Maybe.
Ages, Prince Yaroslav the Wise
That's my plan.
introduced the order
I gotta
of
go somewhere in the
succession
morning,
to the
though.
throne. But after he passed away, it became complicated for various reasons. The throne was passed not
Perfect my
directly from
form.
father to eldest son, but from the prince who had passed away
How many
to his brother,
reps you probably
and
go?
to his sons in different lines.
Should go deeper,
All
touching the
this led to
chest.
fragmentation and the end of
Mm.
Rus as a single state.
Instead of like short bursts, yeah.
There was nothing special about it. The same was
Well, I can imagine
happening
at that
then in Europe.
At super high weight, I usually fucking throw form out the window just to get the weight to the rep right. But
His successors, namely Batu Khan, came to Rus.
I guess
plundered
that's
and
just like a
ruined
200-pound
nearby
bench
cities.
press, which is not too
The southern
crazy.
part, including Kiev, by the
Especially
way,
for you.
and some other cities simply lost independence, while northern cities preserved some of their sovereignty. They had to pay tribute to their horde, but they managed to preserve some part of their sovereignty. And then a unified Russian state began to take shape.
I don't know, man. I don't do any push-ups. I haven't done push-ups in so long.
The southern
Like,
part of Russian
just
lands,
like random
including
shit like
Kiev,
that. You know,
began to gradually gravitate towards another
burpees.
the center that was emerging in Europe.
Like, I haven't done a burpee in years.
This was the grand
Like a gym would just
Lithuanian,
help me do, or a punching bag. Oh my
called
god,
the
dude.
Lithuanian Russian
I would.
Duchy, because Russians
I
were
miss having
integral
like
part of this
a punching
population.
bag. I never owned one, but
Russian language and were Orthodox.
man, those things were fun.
But then there was a unification, the union of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland.
And that's how I think
Years
I
later,
would grow.
the union was signed,
Just like stretch.
This time already in the religious sphere. Some of the Orthodox priests became subordinate to the Pope.
I'm pretty lazy though.
Thus, these lands became part
I'm a pretty lazy person, honestly.
During decades, the Poles were engaged in colonization of this part of the population. They introduced their language there, tried to entrench the idea that this population was not
Man, you're going to Indonesia soon, eh?
because they lived on
That's
the
sick,
fringe.
dude.
They were Ukrainians.
Congratulations and good luck with the trip and the marriage.
The word Ukrainian meant that the person
That's
was
awesome,
living
dude.
on the outskirts of the state, along the fringes, or
Indonesia.
was
I'm sorry if I
engaged
said
in the border
Malaysia.
patrol service. It didn't mean any particular ethnic group. So the Poles were trying to, in every possible way, to colonize this part of the Russian lands, and actually treated it rather harshly, not to say cruelly. All that led to the fact that this part of the Russian lands began to struggle for their rights. They wrote letters to Warsaw demanding that their rights be observed and people be commissioned here, including to Kiev.
I beg your pardon, can you tell us what period, I'm losing track of where in history we are, the Polish oppression of Ukraine?
It was in the 13th century. Now I will tell you what happened later.
No, oh my god, I almost got stuck. I thought it was over.
And in 1654, even a bit earlier,
No.
the people who were in control of the authorities of the Russian lands addressed Warsaw, I repeat, demanding that they send them to rulers of Russian origin and Orthodox faith. When Warsaw did not answer them, and in fact rejected their demands, they turned to Moscow, so that Moscow took them away. So that you don't think that I'm inventing things,
Why?
I'll give you these documents.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're inventing it. I'm not sure why it's relevant to what happened 2 years ago.
But still, these are documents from the archives, copies. Here are the letters from Bogdan Khmelnytsky, the man who then controlled the power in this part of the Russian lands that is now called Ukraine. He wrote to Warsaw demanding that their rights be upheld. And after being refused, he began to write letters to Moscow, asking to take them under the strong hand of the Moscow Tsar. There are copies of these documents. I will leave them for your good memory. There is a translation into Russian. You can translate it into English later. Russia would not agree to admit them straight away, assuming that the war with Poland would start. Nevertheless, in 1654, the Pan-Russian Assembly of top clergy and landowners, headed by the Tsar, which was the representative body of the power of the old Russian state, decided to include a part of the old Russian lands into Moscow Kingdom. As expected, the war with Poland began.
Yeah, but I do my
It lasted
bench press
15
with
years,
my
and
feet
then in 1654,
not on the ground.
a truce was concluded.
So I'm losing a lot of
And 32 years later, I think, a peace treaty with Poland,
leg
which they called
power
peace, was signed.
in the lift.
And these lands, the whole left bank of Dnieper, including
But it's
Kiev,
fine.
went to
I'm not
Russia.
lifting for numbers as you
The whole
as you
right
say,
bank of
right?
Dnieper remained in Poland. Under the rule of Catherine the Great, Russia reclaimed all of its historical lands.
Incline. I gotta get an incline bench or like some
This
setup.
all lasted until the revolution. Before World War I, Austrian General Staff relied on the ideas of Ukrainianization and started actively promoting the ideas of Ukraine and the Ukrainianization. Their motive was obvious. Just before World War I, they wanted to weaken the potential enemy and secure themselves favorable conditions in the border area. So the idea which had emerged in Poland that people residing in that territory were allegedly not really Russians, but rather belonged to a special ethnic group, Ukrainians, started being propagated by the Austrian General Staff. As far back as the 19th century, theorists calling for Ukrainian independence appeared. All those, however, claimed that Ukraine should have a very good relationship with Russia. They insisted on that. After the 1917 revolution, the Bolsheviks sought to restore the statehood and the civil war began, including the hostilities.
Yeah, man, Irie's looking jacked.
In 1921, peace with Poland was proclaimed, and under that treaty, the right bank of Dnieper River once again was given back to Poland. In 1939, after Poland cooperated with Hitler.
What? Fucking TJ Fury there, back from the dead. Tyson Fury.
An alliance demanding in return that Poland give back to Germany the so-called Danzig corridor, which connected the bulk of Germany with East Prussia and Königsberg. After World War I, this territory was transferred to Poland, and instead of Danzig, a city of Dansk emerged.
What the
Hitler
fuck?
asked them to give it amicably, but they refused.
Of course.
Still, they collaborated with Hitler and engaged together in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia.
But may I ask you, you're making the case that Ukraine, certain parts of Ukraine, eastern Ukraine is in effect Russia, has been for hundreds of years. Why wouldn't you just take it when you became president 24 years ago? You have nuclear weapons, they don't. If it's actually your land, why did you wait so long? Sure.
I'll tell you. I'm coming to that. This briefing is coming to an end. It might be boring, but it explains many things.
Just don't know how it's relevant.
Good. Good. I'm so gratified that you appreciate that. Thank you. So, before World War II, Poland collaborated with Hitler, and although it did not yield to Hitler's demands, it still participated in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia together with Hitler, as the Poles had not given the Danzig corridor to Germany and went too far, pushing
lag,
Hitler to
man.
start World War II by attacking them. Why was it Poland against whom the war started on 1st September 1939? Poland turned out to be uncompromising, and Hitler had nothing to do but start implementing his plans with Poland. By the way, the USSR, I have read some archived documents, behaved very honestly. It asked Poland's permission to transit its troops through the Polish territory to help Czechoslovakia. But the then Polish foreign minister said that if the Soviet planes flew over Poland, they would be downed over the territory of Poland. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that the war began, and Poland fell prey to the policies it had pursued against Czechoslovakia, as under the well-known Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Part of the territory, including western Ukraine, was to be given to Russia. Thus, Russia, which was then named as USSR, regained its historical lands. After the victory in the Great Patriotic War, as we call World War II, all those territories were ultimately enshrined as belonging to Russia, the USSR. As for Poland, it received, apparently in compensation, the lands which had originally been German. The eastern parts of Germany, these are now western lands of Poland. Of course, Poland regained access to the Baltic Sea and Danzig.
I think I'm gonna change this. This guy is just so, it's too boring. It's too much.
This was how this situation developed. In 1922, when the USSR was being established, the Bolsheviks started building the USSR and established the Soviet Ukraine, which had never existed before.
What the fuck? I thought I had way more ammo than that. Like, why? Come on, man. I thought he was stuck. It looked like he was stuck and he got unstuck, but it's probably just some shit.
For some inexplicable reason,
yeah, everyone changes
Lenin, founder of the Soviet state, insisted that they be entitled to withdraw from the USSR. And again, for
There are many ancient sites which, upon exploration, create an air of doubt surrounding the academic explanation as to their origins, raising logical questions within the minds of the astute. With Iran being a place littered with such structures, one of the most famous of which, known as Persepolis, found upon the banks of the river Polvar, this plateau of mythical carvings simply baffle the modern man. According to permitted academic study, Persepolis dates back a mere 2,500 years. I say mere due to several reasons. First, the lack of ability of those who were living at this particular time, the advanced techniques used within the creation of the site, and the laser-like stone-cut precision, demonstrating techniques utilized by a civilization far more technologically capable than those currently claimed as having been responsible. Thus, I must conclude they predate the academically claimed
What? Come on. What is this? Come on.
Fact,
against Twitch's guidelines? What? That's a new one.
The site possesses claimed Achaemenid styles of architecture, although we feel these claims are a misconception and are, in reality,
Come on,
the
yeah,
work of someone else. Declared a World Heritage Site in 1979, the ancient Persians claimed it as their own city, naming it Persa, which means Old Persian. However, it seems, like so many other inexplicable sites found around the world, it was simply re-inhabited. Yet unlike these many other sites, inscriptions found upon buried treasure at the site actually possesses an inscription left by one of the oldest rulers of the Persians, openly admitting this re-inhabitation as a reality. Treasure found still successfully concealed at the site, a sign of the people's loyalty to their king, not discovered until modern times, presumably protected by them and its secret location until their death at the hand of Alexander the Great's invaders. Solid gold and silver tablets preserving the king's account of the site's origin. Quote, Darius, the great king, king of kings, king of countries, son of Hytaspes, this is the kingdom which I hold, from the Sache, which is beyond Logdia, to Kush, from Sind to the Indus valley of Lydia, and the oldest of Persia, Sparta. This bestowed upon me by Ahura Mazda, the greatest of gods. May Ahura Mazda protect me and my royal house. An inscription I perceive as an explanation that the ruler himself, due to the site's incredible nature, believed it had been built by the gods and, by divine right, had been bestowed upon him. Archaeological evidence accumulated by the French archaeologist André Godard, who excavated Persepolis in the early 1930s, believed it was Cyrus the Great who chose the site Persepolis was built upon, and that Darius I built the terrace and the palaces. These conclusions, I assert, were due to Darius and Cyrus reutilizing such structures as their places of burial. This due to their divine perceptions, explained upon these once hidden treasures. However, these rulers, dated well within permitted archaeological timelines for man, are accompanied by the countless archaeological artifacts predictably left over by these cultures who never experienced cataclysm, thus remain perfectly preserved, excavated, and flaunted to the many inquisitive people who visit these museums each year. However, the contradictory inscriptions still reveal very little regarding origins of the ruins in which they were found within. Ruins which are simply unexplainable. When one visits the site, they are initially confronted with gigantic megalithic stones, not only within its foundations, creating the platform used as a stronghold for many years, but also somehow set aloft, forming still existing trilithons, which, regardless of the demolition efforts undertaken by Alexander, still litter the site. A 125,000 square meter terrace, artificially constructed, partly cut straight out of Ramat Mountain. An additional factor which supports my argument of a highly advanced builder are the Lamassu. These mythical animals, reminiscent of centaurs, are many tons in weight, and in a previous video, we showed the tremendous challenge a mere 150 years ago transporting such megaliths was. Not to mention the tremendous artistic achievements these stone carvings would have been, along with countless other intricate, masterfully carved artworks throughout the site, which mystify all who gaze upon them. Furthermore, and perhaps most interesting, are the far more primitive-looking versions. Some argue were incomplete. Others argue were attempts by future primitive cultures. These attempts, although in some areas share tool markings reminiscent of patterns like those of the stone-cutting technologies we have recently been studying in depth, may just be mere coincidences due to the random hacking that seems to have been undertaken upon the stones. Due to the positioning of the Persepolis Plateau, it was logically not constructed as a military stronghold, but rather a temple devoted to something else. A build surrounding this ancient civilization's belief systems, or possible observations, of many alignments in relation to precessions only just coming to light. Due to its location, far away from any strategical placement, found within a remote and mountainous region, although it was an inconvenient residence for the ruler of the empire, it was still chosen as a discreetly positioned capital of the Persian Empire. Yet clearly not a position chosen by the Persians, but merely reclaimed as their own work. Far away from the melting pot of developing Persian culture, the country's true capitals were Susa, Babylon, and Ecbatana, with the Greeks completely unaware of its existence throughout their own reign, only plundered by Alexander the Great's eventual far-reaching invasion. It is a site full of compelling features, most of which in direct contradiction to that which is claimed by modern academia, and indeed their institutional cohorts, Iran's museums. It is a site we find highly compelling. In our last video, we covered the enormous artificially created platform known as Persepolis. Claimed as the work of the Persians, I believe, however, due to the astonishingly advanced nature of the stonework present at the site, and also the inscription of it having been an offering by the gods given to the previous Persian king, that regardless of academic assertions, it is a surviving relic of a civilization far older than they would ever admit to. Found upon several gold and silver tablets found buried within the site, inscribed with a message left by these more modern inhabitants, thanking the gods for the creation of said site, concluded by many ancient civilizations all over the world, who, due to the rigidity of the protected paradigms regarding the chronological timeline of man, are claimed as the builders of said sites, regardless of whether these same institutions' archaeological endeavors prove them incapable, sites that these so-called builders must have been perceived as only ever being able to have been built by the gods themselves. For even to this day, they remain astonishingly ancient achievements, undoubtedly the work of a highly advanced, technologically innovative lost civilization. Naqsh-e-Rustam, for example, an ancient necropolis located about 12 kilometers northwest of Persepolis, is in a set of rock-cut structures hewn from the mountainside with such precision they are simply unexplainable as the work of any ancient civilization academia has permitted the study of. Clearly made by the same civilization that once created Persepolis, as within this area there are countless enigmatic and astonishingly precise stone structures, some created using enormous megalithic blocks, while others carved directly out of solid stone. My own recent research, which has differentiated two ancient civilizations, the Cyclopean and the polygonal civilizations, is solely based on the separation of their technological prowess, differentiations and similarities with the Cyclopeans, although not displaying the same capability of building walls as that of the polygonals, were still linked to astonishing builds, such as Petra. These astounding structures also carved straight from bedrock, extremely similar to many of the rock-cut structures found throughout Iran. However, Persepolis possesses some techniques that, although no one has seemingly looked at closely, is a strange, unique method of linking the stones of some of these structures together. Not only an enigmatic structure, predictably claimed as the Tomb of Cyrus, but they are also present within the impressive yet seemingly demolished fortress, possibly destroyed during an invasion which can be found nearby. Known as the Fortress of Pasargadae, this building is not only constructed using Cyclopean signature blocks, but it seems the same clamping techniques was used within its construction. Intriguingly, however, although these mysterious clamping features are still within the Tomb of Cyrus, they are all seemingly missing from the fortress in Pasargadae. The questions these anomalies raise are many in number, yet unlike academia, we do not claim to know the answers. We are merely in pursuit of them, slowly compiled from our gathering of the inexplicable sites worldwide. Eventually, we hope to decipher not only why they were placed there, who built such structures, but indeed how. Naqsh-e-Rustam is not the only rock-cut structure of astonishing precision found within Iran. Many other precision-cut artifacts can be found littering the area. Mada-in Salah, for example, being a series of structures also claimed as tombs, created from single enormous rocks. To claim such work as that of primitive tool-wielding ancestors, I find absurd. Yet the more I look into these sites, the more confusing and thus enigmatic they become. Not only does academia claim that the plateau of Persepolis was completed, which is clearly not only an obvious misconception, but also the unfinished sections seem to have been attempted to have been finished with primitive tools. But certain places within the area possess the stonework of the Cyclopean civilization, yet with unique clamping techniques found only in Iran, with additional structures which are located near the rock-cut structures of Naqsh-e-Rustam, seemingly having been cut and built with blocks of a deliberately opposite type of cutting style. Several alternative scholars who have explored the site have hypothesized that many areas were attempted to have been renovated and reconstructed by a later civilization. And although we know that many of the surviving columns, toppled during Alexander the Great's invasion, were indeed re-erected, the enigmatic chisel marks found throughout the site, and also the Cyclopean style blocks found within the fortress on the hill, to us seems to indicate that whoever attempted these finishing works were far less capable than those who originally created the ancient ruins found throughout Iran. Furthermore, evidential features found within the area of Persepolis. One such feature, known as the Great Staircase, is seemingly the most highly advanced precision work of the Cyclopeans. This pinnacle in architectural design, indicating the nearing of the end of their legacy upon our planet. Did they merely rediscover these incredible rock-cut structures? Were they the builders of such? For regardless of the fact that I have indeed linked their work to the astonishing feats of Petra, the similarly astonishing rock-cut temples of India and also Myra, which we have confirmed through the identification of the stonework and tool marks as having indeed been the work of the Cyclopeans. Were these ancient sites, their final creations, left unfinished due to their demise? If so, the question remains, why do so many structures contain enigmatic techniques of clamping found nowhere else on Earth? And why are these structures near Naqashi Rastam seemingly built in direct opposite methods to their signature cut stones reliefs instead? Were they the work of the same civilization, or possibly a third, as yet undiscovered group, who clearly accomplished an astounding degree of skill in stone carving themselves? We find ancient Iran not only perplexing, but incredibly compelling. Who built the Balavi Mausoleum? There are many as yet unexplained ruins which can be found within modern-day Turkey. The temples of Baalbek, the Patera pipelines, among many others. Yet the Balavi Mausoleum, like the other most astonishing ancient structures to be found here upon our Earth, are quietly overlooked. It is a monumental ancient structure located near Selçuk in the Aegean province of Izmir. It is the second largest ancient mausoleum in Anatolia, which, predictably, academia contends as a tomb dated from the Hellenistic era around the 3rd century BC. However, like many other of the wondrous ancient structures to be found within antiquity, it contains astonishing, precise, as yet unexplained architecture, indicative of a lost knowledge, thus lost civilization. The Balavi Mausoleum has seemingly survived the eons, still possessing an array of compelling features which fly in the face of current academic explanation. How did an ancient civilization, even if, as academia claims, was placed a mere 2,000 years ago, accomplish such precision within the stonework, or indeed accomplish such precision in the placement of such enormous ancient stones? It is known as a tomb because, like many of the other structures that were clearly of an astonishing nature at earlier times within history, were undoubtedly chosen by leading individuals as their place of burial. With the ruler of the Seleucid dynasty, Antiochus II Theos, his nickname, meaning God, was given to him by the residents of Miletus. Antiochus II died in 246 BC. This body, and indeed his rather modern legacy, has allowed academia to claim a date to the construction. However, the advanced precision techniques involved in its original build are, fortunately, still clear for all to see. Indeed, the Balavi Mausoleum could have once been the burial site of an important person. Yet we feel that this original individual dates from a time far before anything academia would ever permit the admittance of. The chamber, or sarcophagus of the mausoleum, precisely carved from solid rock, had a square plan with a length of 29 meters and a height of 10 meters. From the outside, the rock obscuring the mausoleum was covered with marble slabs. The marble was traced to a quarry in the vicinity of Ephesus. Yet, to complete the decorations of the mausoleum, up to 2,500 cubic meters of marble had to have once been excavated. There was also once a second level, surrounded by 28 columns, although over the eons, this has virtually turned to dust. When completed, it would have formed a steep pyramid with a statue crowning its top. Who built the Balavi Mausoleum? Was it once an elaborate ancient tomb? If so, who was buried there? It is undoubtedly highly compelling.
Tokyo's Imperial Palace, home of the Japanese Emperor and a place which holds many secrets. Some, it seems, hidden in plain sight for countless centuries. For many years, people have visited this marvelous building and the perfectly kept grounds it is placed within. What is interesting regarding its historical history is the fact that much of it is hidden and yet to be told. The oldest historical accounts for the palace date back to 1457 AD, when a great warrior known as Ito Shigetsugu built the castle Ito on the site. Ito's clan would perish in the 15th century as a result of uprisings in the Kanto and Ota-Dokan regions of Japan. However, what is interesting regarding the palace's construction is its foundations. Including the exterior wall, which many now believe was already in existence before the castle's construction, and also the reason the site was chosen all those years ago by the warrior Ito himself. The construction techniques visible in the original construction are clearly evidence of highly advanced building techniques, completed by a clearly highly advanced civilization. And these methods used within the foundations were not replicated throughout the more recent structure, as if forgotten between builds. Additionally, a piece of artifactual evidence was recently covered. A highly compelling building technique, which unquestionably links many ancient sites to one another, found all over the world, showing an intercontinental sharing of building knowledge many millennia ago. Known as the missing metal clamps, their carved seats still present upon many of the most ancient stonework at the palace, eroded away metal clamps used to keep the stones firmly in place as they settled over the following years after construction. Present at countless sites across the world, a technique somehow shared worldwide, only differing from country to country in their process of manufacture. The evidence to suggest that the Palace of Japan is in fact built upon a far older and possibly once far more spectacular structure seems overwhelming. Yet questions remain, most obvious of which, who built the structure to begin with? When did they build it? And what was its purpose? Thankfully, the more we understand regarding the perplexing techniques used by this elusive, yet clearly once highly advanced civilization, the more of these ruins we are seemingly spotting, allowing for their study and subsequent preservation before lost forever. Thanks for watching, guys, and until next time, take care.
Bosda Cave, within modern-day Turkey, is unquestionably an astonishing place. An enormous cave system that many people simply assume is a natural formation, with select areas quarried out, subsequently used to build numerous ruins throughout the area. However, what many people have seemingly overlooked, and we presume funded academics have deliberately ignored, are the signatures left all over the stonework throughout the network of caverns, strongly indicating that this huge complex was once, somehow, hewn by ancient man. Also, and perhaps most intriguingly, is that this task was completed using a number of different advanced tools, whose marking, thanks to ours and others' astute research, has also been found scarred upon many other ancient sites, some located far away from this enigmatic cave system. The stone, once quarried out to create this enormous cavern, subsequently located as having been used to create a number of remarkable precision-cut monuments, including a once existing wall which surrounded an ancient site known as Hairan. Additionally, due to the realization of this quarried stone having been used in Hairan, in addition to our own previous research, we have successfully linked Bosda to yet more ancient ruins, all dated to vastly different eras within history. Thanks to our channel's creator possessing a photographic memory, we have correlated undeniable characteristic similarities, connecting many of these ancient sites throughout the world. Firstly, the signatures left by advanced stone-cutting technologies, tool marks left upon the cave system's walls, scars upon the stonework, which are present at many other sites, Baalbek in Lebanon, Petra in Jordan, Yangshan Quarry within China, and at least 2 rock-cut monuments within India, the roof of a precision-cut cave, and an unfinished temple known as Veduvan Koil. This crescent-shaped scarring, often of an overlapping fashion, we feel is reminiscent of scars left by modern-day tunnel boring equipment. Yet due to the lack of in-depth research surrounding such anomalies, with these tool marks, as far as we are aware, only receiving limited attention at Baalbek and merely photographed at Yangshan, have begun to name such markings ourselves in an effort to categorize and identify such curiosities being discovered worldwide, with these now known to us as crescent cup and ring marks. The second form of scarring, found upon much of the cave's roof, now known to us as groove and ridge markings, are distinctly different in form and appearance to the crescent cup and ring marks. These rows of grooved scars, however, are identical to those found in plain sight upon the unfinished obelisk located within Aswan Quarry, Egypt. A stone monument well over 1,000 tons in weight, which has long been academically argued as having been abandoned where it lay due to a fault line discovered during the quarrying process. However, interestingly, others have presented strong evidence that this crack appeared later within history. A fellow alternative researcher, Chris Dunn, argues within his book, Advanced Technology in Ancient Egypt, that the crack happened later on in the obelisk's life, and that the monolith was abandoned before the fault appeared. Backing up his claim, he shows that details upon the monument were being engraved over the top of the location of the fault line, an undertaking that would have clearly been illogical. Although he does not put forward a postulation as to why this crack occurred, we believe it may have been due to a shift in the surrounding geography, more than likely a ground-shifting earthquake, not only cracking the obelisk, but possibly due to and accompanied by a cataclysmic event, which quite possibly caused the demise of the civilization, who were liberating the obelisk, thus leaving it unfinished. But I digress. Our focus is upon the scars left by enigmatic, clearly advanced stone-cutting tools, preserved with clarity upon the erosion-resistant granite of the obelisk. These exact markings also undeniably litter the ceiling of the Bazda cave. Additionally, these groove and ridge marks are also found upon the megalithic, often polygonal stonework within Peru, at Cusco, the fortress of Sacsayhuaman, and Machu Picchu, to name but a few. The third set of signature scarring upon the cave stone walls links Bazda Cave to another similarly gigantic artificially created cave system, known as Longyu Caves, located within China. Once an undoubtedly immense excavation, yet the quarried stone from this undertaking has never been located. Millions of tons of stone seemingly vanished from the face of the earth. However, thankfully, the quarried stone from the Bazda cave systems, as mentioned, was utilized and located. However, the civilization responsible for shaping these quarried stones at Haran were unquestionably responsible for several other sites found around the world. YouTube channel New Earth, first linking these curiously shaped stones to Nimad's fortress on Mount Hermon, with Jerash in Jordan, with us continuing this trail of connecting ancient dots, thankfully due to the uniqueness of stonework.
Let's compare the Nimrod fortress with this historic city in Jordan, which according to mainstream sources was conquered by the Romans, and they built their typical Roman architecture consisting of columns and so on the top of the old ruins. So here they are assuring us that the Nimrod style large blocks are pre-Roman. Now those very same blocks, when they are in Baalbek, they are telling us it's Roman. In the Temple Mount, they are again assuring us that they are some 2,000 years old. In Bosnia, they are telling us they are whatever, 3 or more thousand years old, and of course they are built by some obscure, unknown tribe of which even the name they had to fabricate.
Enabling us to link the Royal Kurgan in Crimea to New Earth's discoveries, and now to the ancient ruins of Haran in Turkey. Not only can we argue that this cave system was indeed man-made, but is the only site we know of that possesses such an array of these enigmatic stone-cutting technology scars, allowing us to successfully link it to at least 15 ancient sites around the world. The cave itself, Basran, Haran, Baalbek, Petra, Jerash, Yangshan, Longyu, Vetivan Koil, Malmala Param, Cusco, Sacsayhuaman and Machu Picchu, Nimrod's fortress, and the Royal Kurgan. Possibly many others we are yet to recognize. In conclusion, the vast array of different, as yet unidentified, advanced stone-cutting equipment scars present within the cave, each leaving its own unique signature upon the stone. The shaping of these stones, unique to an unknown civilization's signature handiwork, found worldwide, used within an array of as yet unexplained ruins, academically claim to be of vastly different ages and the work of vastly different cultures. We find it not only clear evidence of academic fallacy, but incredibly compelling. Many civilizations have been and gone here upon our planet. Countless artifacts and historical studies can and have been undertaken into their existence. We are able to decipher their daily lives, their religious beliefs and practices, even their languages. However, in doing so, we have never been able to decode any knowledge or explanation for the countless, seemingly impossible ancient feats, lost abilities of stonemasonry. No documentation found within any hieroglyph, literature, parchment, or other ancient text. Yet pyramids, polygonal masonry, multi-thousand-ton megaliths, along with countless other curious, clear signatures of a lost civilization's work exists. And due to this mystery regarding how these sites were created, we have to presume that those who constructed them were placed at a far earlier time within history, one that was prior to a global flood, possibly the aftermath of a near-extinction level event, manifesting as a form of global amnesia and severing connections between continents, possibly for 10,000 years. Segesta within Sicily not only looks the same age as that of the foundation walls of Baalbek, and indeed the gargantuan megaliths found within the Trilithon, but the enormous temple is still standing along with its amphitheater, which, if we look to the still surviving polygonal stage flooring present at the theater within Delphi, a site we have covered in the past, one which is also littered with polygonal walls, we find more support for the theory that these amphitheaters, with their incredible acoustics, are also remnants left by this same lost civilization. Yet we feel the smoking gun are the protuberances which are still visible within its foundation blocks. It is of no surprise to us that its origins are hotly contested, with many academic teams concluding that it was merely the work of traveling Trojans. This regardless of the multi-ton columns that were so perfectly laid they all still stand to this day. When one considers that protuberances are found on polygonal masonry all around the world, and that modern stonemasons are now exploring interlocking blocks, with some such as large Lego blocks already in mass production, it is no surprise that while many claim it to be Greek, others claim it not. This will not cease anytime soon. Many religious beliefs have gained traction in regard to its original purpose. Thus, conveniently, there is little chance that this contention will move forward. Who built the ruins of Segesta? When did they build them? We find the possibilities highly compelling. Ancient Uparts are undoubtedly one of the most interesting subjects in regard to lost antiquities. Many of these artifacts, due to the locations in which they are found within, or the immense age displayed within the erosion seen upon the object, makes them one of the most controversial areas of study. How can one answer the question of how an iron pot is found within a solid lump of coal within a seam over 300 million years in age? Or how the clear imprint of a chariot wheel is found fossilized deep within a mine in Russia? These artifacts, found at hundreds of feet deep in sediment, or displaying a wooden handle petrified into coal, display an undeniably immense age, and as such, are solid pieces of evidence to support our posit of there having been a series of now lost civilizations stretching far into the past. Nature is infamous in being cyclical. Why then would we not be permitted by mainstream academia to presume this be the case for the climates of the Earth as well? Regardless of this digression, however, the subject of tonight's video is an incredible artifact which we believe to be that of an ancient Upart. However, due to its incredible characteristic, is being masqueraded as that of a much later creation by a far more recent ancestor. Known as the Sword of Gyges, this intriguing artifact has somehow resisted the effects of time, and although it is enormously old, is seemingly as sharp and as shiny today as the day it was made. This remarkable characteristic, although unexplained, is not the only interesting thing about the sword. It also features an incredibly old form of writing. 8 characters are written in an ancient script, now known as bird worm seal script, literally birds and worms characters. Owing to the intricate decorations of the defining strokes, it is very old and is attested to be a variant of seal script. In 1965, while an archaeological survey was being performed along the second main aqueduct of the Zhang River Reservoir in Jingzhou, Hubei, the series of ancient tombs were discovered. A dig started in the middle of October 1965, ending in January 1966, eventually revealing more than 50 ancient tombs. More than 2,000 artifacts were recovered from the sites, including the sword, having been found inside a casket together with a human skeleton. The casket was discovered in the December of 1965 at the Wangshan Site No. 1, 7 kilometers from the ruins of Ying, currently called Jinnishang, once the ancient capital of Chu. The sword was found sheathed in a wooden scabbard, finished in black lacquer. The scabbard had an almost airtight fit with the sword body. Unsheathing the sword revealed an untarnished blade, despite the tomb being soaked in underground water for over 2,000 years. How did this sword retain its incredible condition? Why does it seem as if it is resistant to aging? What sort of metallurgy did the swordsmith once use to create such an amazing object? It is clearly an ancient Upart, and one we postulate has an origin now hidden within the bowels of history. It is a remarkable thing, and as such, is highly compelling. In our previous video, we presented a hypothesis, a theory believed by many, one of a now lost or possibly hidden race of ancient giants. Surprisingly, however, recently, although China is seen as an infamously secretive country, with many tombs and ancient pyramids of gargantuan proportions rarely aerial photographed, let alone explored, it seems that they have, at last, stolen the archaeological world stage with the announcement of a discovery which we may relish, but those whom these remains rest just beyond the clutches of, we would presume rather get a hold of themselves to study and then store away in hidden archives, far from public view, an ongoing effort we have personally read of, dating back to the early 1900s. An ancient graveyard, complete with over 500 giant human remains, has not only been accidentally discovered, but publicly exhumed, and most crucial of all, photographed
for all the world to see within China. Could this be a retaliatory move with other motives at play? If our previously mentioned theory is true, it would enable man to explain the inexplicably, seemingly impossible size of many of the world's megaliths, and indeed still standing megalithic structures of the world. How a pyramidal, treasury, and many other ancient architectures, lintels, and top stones, often weighing many hundreds of tons, were not only transported from quarries many hundreds of miles, but placed aloft many meters with seeming ease. Furthermore, we have in the past not only postulated and have also presented reams of witness testimony and photographic corroboration, still to be found in newspaper archives across the Western world, describing these finds, but also the Smithsonian's efficiency in not only dealing with the matter, but disappearance of any further reporting, thus expiration. This also supporting the reason for lost pieces of the puzzle, which is inhibiting us from unlocking the secrets to these sites' construction. Perhaps we may never know the true motivations for such a controversial exposure in China, but nonetheless, the resulting fallout of proof presented for our community is a step closer to the truth, the untangling of a tired and tangled web of lies in which many have weaved. For at the bottom of Pandora's box, there is always hope.
Phoenix Hill, Xianbeiqun, China. In 1994, an extremely mysterious discovery would be made. Considered by the Chinese as the 9th ancient wonder of the world, a series of 24 ancient, artificial caves were discovered. Specialists have been quietly astounded by them. And the more we learn, the more of a spectacular and mysterious achievement they are seen to be. The first thing that struck explorers was their size. Each cave has a minimum floor space of 1,000 square feet, an unimaginable undertaking at the time they were thought to have been constructed. Officially dated prior to the dynasties of China, which began 3,000 years ago, meaning they are very, very old. The walls of the caves are scarred with strange uniform tool marks. The weird thing about the markings is that they are all set on a 60-degree angle. Every single chisel mark within the cave system without exception is on an exact 60-degree cutting angle. This has led many to suspect that the caves must have somehow been dug using advanced machinery. However, because this feature is unique within our current knowledge of ancient structures, the angle of cutting could indeed have been made by hand with the purpose of decoration, but this would have made the job of cutting them out even more laborious. Additionally, once the caves had been assessed and explored, a remarkable thing was realized. Although the caves were the result of excavating thousands and thousands of tons of rock, this rock seems to have vanished from existence. There is no trace of a spoil pile anywhere to be seen. It is as if the caves have always been there. No traces of their construction has ever been found anywhere. No cave writings, drawings, tools, or human remains, and nothing within historical records. The cave's construction simply doesn't make sense, and any evidence for their construction doesn't exist. Add to this the fact that the cave systems predate Chinese civilization by some time and show evidence of being cut out by machine. And the Long-U caves undoubtedly become a curiosity to scientific explanation and historical understanding, to say the least. These remarkable caves are a very strong and solid piece of evidence to suggest that advanced cultures have already been and gone on this planet, or that visitors of extraterrestrial origin visited the planet prior to human development. As far as I am aware, these are the only two possible scenarios for the builders of such a construction. The cave systems are well over 3,000 years old and still intact. Whoever was capable of constructing them was also capable of disposing of the huge mountains of rock that would have been excavated without leaving any evidence of how they did this, or indeed built the caves anywhere. The caves are known as one of the largest underground complexes ever discovered. The fact that more is not heard about this wonderful place is testament to their extraordinary existence, meaning no one within the scientific community can or want to try to explain them. Also, which I found highly interesting, when they were discovered they were completely filled with water. Whether this was once salt water has not been disclosed, but I have personal suspicions as to how this water came to rest within these underground caverns. No fish were found within the caves, which many found odd. However, if you suspected that the waters be residual leftovers from a great flood, water from the great seas of Earth, then over time, salt levels would plummet and fish accustomed to sea water would have died. Who do you think built the Long-U caves? The cave's existence hints towards a hidden history here on our planet, a history that we must unravel if we are ever to fully understand ourselves and our home.
Over half of all animals in the open ocean drift.
Welcome back to Uncharted X. This is Ben, and today I wanted to share a short video about something remarkable. A very telling, revealing detail that I only recently noticed while at Elephantine Island in Upper Egypt a couple of weeks back. What I'm going to share with you, a relatively small thing, is one of the very best examples I've ever seen of compelling evidence for a form of mechanical, high technology being used to shape stone at some point in ancient times. It's something that is truly beyond any of the primitive tools or techniques contained in the archaeological record, and what's more, this has been confirmed by a true expert, a very well-known artist and stone carver with more than 30 years experience working with both hand and machine tools, even robotics, in the process of shaping hard stone. Now, on this channel, over the past couple of years, we've gone through much of this sort of evidence. Machining marks, precision, advanced objects, and other aspects of stonework that cumulatively, I think, present a compelling case for advanced technology existing and being utilized deep in our history, likely in times far older than those which we currently attribute to human civilization, which is to say, only the last 6,000 years or so. These aspects of stonework represent but one vector of the overall case for a re-evaluation of the deepest origins of human civilization. More evidence for this case comes from other vectors, much of it scientific advances from recent decades. Things like the peer-reviewed discovery of the Younger Dryas Comet impact, confirming the seemingly endless tales of cataclysm, flood and fire in cultural origin stories, or the genetic complexity and bottlenecks of human history, the lengthening of the human timeline, or even the remarkable discovery of civilization that existed thousands of years before the orthodox dating for it, with the excavations that happen at Göbekli Tepe and Karahan Tepe in Turkey. Now, while I've touched on many of these other vectors and topics in a few videos, it's probably fair to say that I've focused primarily on the engineering and technological evidence shown in ancient stonework, particularly that of Egypt. Over the last few years, I've produced a number of deep dives into individual sites or aspects of stonework, things like the tubular drills, the quarry scoops, or the saw marks made into hard stone.
I
And
understand. It's thinking like
covering broader topics
I'm
like
saying Zahi Hawass, who built the pyramids.
and more.
No,
The first
it's
video
like Zahi
in that
Hawass,
Evidence for
comma.
Ancient High Technology series, the one about machining, happens to have this box at Elephantine Island in the thumbnail. And it turns out this is a happy coincidence, as today's topic is a specific aspect of this very granite box, and it's one of the very best examples for ancient advanced machining that I've ever seen. Elephantine Island itself is one of several islands located in the Nile River, next to Aswan on its eastern bank in the south of Egypt, also known as Upper Egypt. This area is just north of the Low Dam that is located on the Nile, this dam being built by the British in 1902, at the time the largest masonry dam in the world. Just 6 kilometers further south of that, and again upstream on the Nile, is the Aswan High Dam, which was built in the 1960s, and it's still one of the world's largest embankment dams even today. The construction of this dam flooded a huge area and forced the relocation of several ancient sites like Abu Simbel, and its construction also ceased the annual downstream inundation of the Nile River. This change to the natural cycles of the river has turned out to have some long-term consequences and effects, particularly to the level of the water table, as without the annual 9-month dry season, the water table level in Egypt has been slowly rising, and this is affecting the subterranean aspects of some of these ancient sites, such as Hawara, where the Great Lost Labyrinth of Egypt was rediscovered in recent years, but today it sits below the level of the water table. I've got a whole video about the Lost Labyrinth of Egypt, and you should check it out if you haven't seen it. Elephantine Island itself has had a very long history, presumably due to its valuable location on the Nile near the cataracts. According to Graham Hancock, in his book The Sign and the Seal, the Ark of the Covenant was stored here for a time before its journey into the south of Africa continued. We also have evidence for occupation and structures on the island going well back into the Old Kingdom of ancient Egypt, and even before that into pre-dynastic times, something like 5,000 years ago. For example, today there are still the remnants of a small Old Kingdom pyramid that can be found here. That is, if you can get over to that area to see it, it's usually off limits. The Satet Temple, which is found on the site, is an excellent example of the many phases of occupation, renovation and reuse that the island has been through. The archaeological work on the site has shown that there have been at least 7 different renovations and evolutions to the temple structure, ranging from around 2800 BCE in the early dynastic times to nearly 3,000 years later when it took the form of the Temple of Ptolemy VI and then the 8th in the Greek-Roman period. At the core of the site, however, are the remnants of a huge granite structure, with large blocks still laying around in ruins, and some of these having been reassembled as part of the ongoing archaeological work on the site. I do get the sense that many of these blocks have been reused, carved and renovated during the many thousands of years of occupation that happened here. In places you can find some remarkable pieces, showing elements of precision, like the beautifully flat surface on this block. While it still has a rough finish and it isn't polished, it has been ground to an incredibly flat level, as shown by a light test with a precision straight edge. Without any doubt though, the real masterpiece to be found here is this large granite box, laying on its side in the granite graveyard at the centre of Elephantine Island. For once, this single-piece box isn't defined as a sarcophagus by Egyptologists, but rather described as a shrine or as an altar. Its form is quite different to the other single-piece boxes with their lids, and it has a number of interesting features. It has a pointed or pyramid-like top, sharply defined, culminating in a small flat space, perhaps once housing a benben-like stone or a point, much as the Old Kingdom pyramids originally did also. The box isn't completely hollowed out. It has these inset edges, and it also features a large step or platform inside the interior itself. And as you can see, its form shows many of these precise-looking 90-degree corners with just tiny inside radiuses. At each top and bottom of the inset edge that is around the box, it has large diameter tube drill holes. And I suspect that they are there to provide pivot points for doors or for something like that. Although their function is still really a mystery, their existence and their position in the box tells an interesting tale about technology. Cutting these holes means that whoever built the box overcame some significant challenges. Note that the holes themselves are flush against two axes of the inset edge, and anyone who has ever tried to cut holes like this, perhaps into wood, can understand the problem that you're faced with. There is just no room for the mechanism that turns the bit or the cutter. In modern examples, the drill or the tool itself is always much wider and larger than the bit that's doing the cutting. So how could you cut these holes and still have them remain straight? Much as there's no room for a large drill to cut a straight hole here, there is likewise no room for the whole copper tube and bow drill apparatus that is claimed by so many Egyptologists as the method used to cut tube drill holes. Not that any copper tubes of this type have ever been found, but it remains true that you cannot make these holes in these locations that are flush against the walls with that particular setup. You either need something like an offset bit or something that is capable of overcoming the issue with the holes being lined up flush with the sides of the inset surfaces in the box. Clearly, whoever manufactured this box had a solution for this particular problem, as the evidence for it sits here today for us all to see, even if we haven't found the actual tool that did the work. The other notable feature of this box, and this is the one that we're going to take a closer look at, is the semicircular edging that runs around the top and bottom of the artifact. I don't really know what to call it, a balustrade or a cornice, but let's just settle on calling it an edging for the purposes of this video. This edging runs around the top of the box, and you can also see here the intersection where it also ran down the sides, with apparently a little thicker diameter, before the box was damaged and all of this edging was smashed off. Considering this edging just on its own, it's hard to come to any other conclusion than it being quite remarkable, as this box wasn't assembled, it wasn't bolted or glued together, it was instead carved from a single piece of stone. Before we get to the really interesting aspect of this edging, it's worth pointing out that this isn't the only artifact.
No, I was so fast.
There are a couple more examples that
fast.
we know of. Just behind this box are the remnants of another one, time made from what seems to be a form of black granite. Only a large part of the inside of this box remains here, with its amazingly flat surfaces and tight corners, as a testament to its previous magnificence. On the inside surface of this remnant, you can still find the painting made by a priest in Ptolemaic times, where they had intended to quarry the surface and then reuse it, but the quarrying attempt failed and the rock face split, and so it was left in place. Another good example of the reuse and renovation of ancient artifacts like this is the clear outline for a millstone on what seems to be another piece from this box only a short distance away. Other smaller chunks of stone from this box are found scattered around, And in 2020, I saw a piece of it that proves it once too featured this same edging as the more complete box nearby. This piece in my film here shows the actual join between the edging that ran around the top or bottom of the box and the thicker diameter piece of the edging that ran down the sides. Despite visiting this site again in 2021 and in 2022, I've not been able to locate this fragment again for another look. A little edit from post-recent trip Ben here. When I started this video and wrote the script, I was in between trips to Egypt. And on my latest visit in November of 2022, we took a much closer look at this area and managed to find the piece that I was just talking about. It was turned over and half buried in sand, but we did locate it and examine it. I managed to scan it using photogrammetry, and the results turned out to be very good. You can clearly see the edging that was part of the original black stone box. We also found another longer piece of the edging, also a broken piece from one of these boxes. I'm not sure that these pieces or these bits are all from the same broken black box that we just looked at. I think we're actually looking at evidence for at least 3 of these so-called shrines being here originally. We have the complete rose granite one, and then I think 2 different variations of granodiorite or cyanite boxes. The many fragments of granite in this area might also be the remnants of other boxes like these 2 more complete examples, but without more sophisticated investigation, we'll never really know. There is at least one other example that I'm aware of, located today in the holiest of holies in the Temple to Horus at Edfu. This box or shrine is standing upright, and you can see all of the same features as the box on Elephantine Island. The pyramid-like top, the shelf on the inside, the inset edges, also with tube drills on both sides, top and bottom, although they're quite hard to see due to the poor lighting. In evidence also is the same edging or cornice that runs around the box and down the sides. This box is more polished, presumably from use and people rubbing their hands all over it for thousands of years, and it shows a bit of damage on the inside. This box has also been carved and inscribed with glyphs and decorations, which is notably something that's not found on the other examples of boxes like this. As we saw though with the black box at Elephantine Island and its red ochre paint from the Ptolemaic period, the intention was clearly there, and I think this is a strong indication that this box at Edfu Temple likely isn't original to the site. I would say it's far more likely that it was moved here, renovated and reused for its current purpose, but is likely an item whose origins are far more ancient than the Edfu Temple itself. Interestingly, we only got to take a close look at this box as this footage was taken during 2020,
what's up, man?
And
Big
we were some
Toad.
of the only tourists in the country at the time. These days, this area is entirely off limits to tourists, and the view of the box is blocked by the small replica solar boat that's displayed in
Oh, wow, insane.
Returning now to the granite box or the shrine at Elephantine Island, there is a very unique aspect to this artifact, something that doesn't seem to be on the other examples, and it's something that can tell us a little bit more about how it might have been made. It's this section of the edging that runs around the top of the box.
I wonder what the number is
On one
now,
side,
yeah,
for approximately
really.
half the length of the edging, it appears to be unfinished, and it is, remarkably, faceted. It has a series of precise, flat surfaces, distinguished by very straight lines, that outline a rough semicircular shape. Halfway up this edging, we can observe the transition point between the faceted section and the polished, smooth semicircular
Yeah, man.
finish. This faceted section of the edging is an excellent example of the value of unfinished work, which can often prove to be far more insightful than the finished product is itself. Machining
What's up,
marks,
Toad? How
tool
are you,
marks
man?
are usually polished out and removed as one of the final steps
Oh
in
my
manufacturing.
God, man.
But here, with this unfinished section, we can gain an insight into just how this feature of the box might have been made.
I might stop playing soon.
One thing we can say, and this is why I think this
Oh, that's good to
feature
hear.
is just so astonishing,
Good, man. Doing
is that there
alright.
is no way this faceted shape could have been
Doing
produced
alright.
by pounding stones or with chisels.
It rained
It
here
simply
today,
had to
which
have
was
been made by
nice.
some form of mechanized tool, and most likely one that was very precisely guided.
Washed away
Let's
some of
think
the
about this.
salt.
The faceting is clearly not
We still have
the
snow
final
here
finished
though,
shape for
a
the
little
edging.
bit.
It's the result of essentially roughing out the overall semicircular
Okay,
form.
shite.
Remember that the box is carved from a single solid piece of granite,
Oh, wow,
whose dimensions
insane.
were, by necessity, larger than those of the finished artifact. Material had to be removed from all
It's so
over the
shitty.
quarried piece, going down from the lip on the bottom down to the side.
It's just so shitty.
And then the form of the edging would have been roughed out
Mhm.
before the final polishing and shaping stage to give it its smooth semicircular finish.
I'm alright,
If
man.
this roughing out or shaping stage was
I'm
in
really
fact
tired.
done by hand with chisels or pounders, we would see some evidence for that, but we just don't. There are no pounding
I
marks
think the
on
next
grooved
stream
stone,
will not
nor
be a
any
golden
chisel
eye
marks
stream.
on this part of the edging. If it were done by
Probably a
hand,
Breath of the
we
Wild
certainly
stream or
wouldn't
Dragon
have
Ball
had these
Z.
remarkably straight lines and precise facets that run down
Budokai.
a meter
We
or
gotta
more of the edging.
finish up. What saga were
Using
we
these
on?
primitive methods,
We're in
the
the Cell
shaping would be
Saga?
much rougher, with the important part being to not remove too much material before the polishing
I think
or
we're on
the
the Cell
final finishing
Saga.
work began. To emphasize again, this faceting is clearly not intended as the final appearance for the edging, so it's not
Can't
something
remember.
that is deliberately decorative or intended. Rather, it is purely the
Maybe
sculpture of the
skateboarding,
tool
yeah.
that did the shaping. It's the
No,
mark left by
not
the machining
anymore.
process used in this phase of manufacture. That's why it's just
I mean, I
so
want
amazing,
to.
as the only way to get this result is with a rotating tool, or something that easily carves away the granite.
Yeah, man, I need
It
a.
had to have a tool tip wide
I need a
enough
real
to
solution,
make the
bro.
straight, flat surfaces that forms the facet. And what's more, this tool tip had to be guided very precisely, one might even say mechanically, in order to produce these straight lines that define each facet on the edging. Presumably, these facets ran down the entire length of edging before being polished or ground out. Speculating just a little bit further, it could have even been something more sophisticated, something that made this shape of multiple facets in a single pass. Who really knows?
Speaking of
What is
which,
not
can you believe it's
speculation,
been 2
however, is that
years
this faceted shape is not the result of using
since,
primitive
like,
hand tools like
that
stone chisels
whole
or pounding stones, which are the tools that we attribute to the dynastic Egyptians.
discrimination against the uninjected.
So, what can we conclude?
I mean, not that
about
it's still
this?
not going on now,
Either
but
they, the dynastic
like my
Egyptian
my
civilization,
postdoc
had
would have
access to
ended
far more sophisticated tools, or
tomorrow.
they didn't make this object, which means they must have inherited it.
I would have been
from
without a
far
job
older time period.
already.
As I demonstrated in my previous video focused on the colossal statues of ancient Egypt, there exists a contradiction, a paradox in the
I would have had to
artifacts
come
of
home
architecture from dynastic Egypt.
like
It's a
tomorrow.
tale of two industries that is spread across multiple categories of stonework. We have examples that
That's
very
crazy
much
thinking
match
about.
the primitive tool sets and
Kind of a
techniques
blur.
found in the archaeological record.
Yeah, I know.
We also have examples
The last
like
year and
this
a
box
half,
at
2.5
Elephant Island
years,
that undeniably do not.
completely checked out.
Instead,
Just playing
these show
GoldenEye.
evidence for
Thank God for
remarkable machining
GoldenEye.
and precision, or have
And
other
my
aspects
weights
of
for this winter.
manufacturing
Holy
that are
crap,
far
man!
beyond the capabilities of primitive handheld
Like,
tools.
just thank God.
Considering these facts, and facts are what they are, there are two possibilities here. Either both of these industries, the primitive and the advanced, existed alongside each other at the same time during the dynastic civilization, or they didn't, and therefore the dynastic Egyptians could not have made such objects. This must therefore mean that the more advanced industry was from an older time period, one lost to history, and from a presumably far more advanced civilization whose artifacts were eventually inherited and then reused by the dynastic civilization as we know them. It's worth pointing out here that we only have evidence from the Egyptians themselves for the primitive one.
Man, I found granite. I found pink
It's why
granite that looks
Egyptologists
exactly
tend to
like that
insist
in
that
Canada.
everything was made with pounding
I have
stones and
pieces
copper
of it.
chisels,
I brought a
because
bunch of
that's
pieces
all
of
we
it back.
found.
I can show it on camera.
Just look at the tools on
Honestly, I
display
might do
in
that.
museums, or examine the scenes that the Egyptians drew on the walls.
And I'm just
that
looking at it.
describe
It looks
their
really
own
just similar in
manufacturing
composition and
The dynastic Egyptians say nothing about
quartz
the more
content,
advanced industry
mica
that
content,
must have
the
existed
feld
at some
spar
point in history,
content.
because it's evidenced by the artifacts like this box that still exist today. What's more, these types of features found on this box at Elephantine Island, this edging or cornice, aren't purely unique to the boxes that are found here in the south of Egypt. we can find very similar features on other artifacts. In particular, they are noticeable on the flared lotus or palm-shaped columns, like this example at Aztec Temple, which is located over 1,000 miles to the north of Elephantine in the Nile Delta. This column end piece is, in a word, phenomenal, and it's the best preserved column
That's what I
that
mean,
I've
man.
ever
Like,
seen. with
Canada
amazingly
has
sharp
insane
symmetrical
granite.
details all carved into monumental granite. It has a very similar edging
Because of the
or curve
glaciers
that runs up each of the
scraping
palms
away
on the
everything,
top of the column and then
exposing
tapers
the
out.
granite bedrock.
All perfectly identical and perfectly symmetrical. At nearby Tanis, there are more than a dozen examples of identical columns, and there were likely many, many more of these originally.
Canada might have some of the world's
almost
best
like they were
granite.
stamped out in a factory.
Honestly, if there's say
While
Egyptian
these
granite,
at Tanis are not
Canadian
as well
granite,
preserved as the Bastet
and American granite
some of
are
them are still mostly intact, giving
just
an
as good.
indication of the massive scale of the columns and the huge single-piece quarried blocks that they must have been shaped from.
Whatever good is.
Interestingly, in both the tops and the bottoms of these columns, we can find centered holes.
But that's
Perhaps
like
a clue
thousands
as
of
to
year
the
old,
massive
right?
machinery that it might have taken to create them. It's
South
pure
Africa.
speculation, of course, but something like
I did, man. I have been to South
Not
Africa.
all the features can be shaped by turning.
I played
of course,
with baby
but certainly
lions
something
in South
like that
Africa.
could
I have a
been involved
photo
in
of
the initial
myself
shape
playing with baby lions.
These
Printed.
columns are also not confined to sites attributed to the.
I think I'm gonna go get it. I'll get it with
We
the
can also
granite.
find huge
Might as well.
single-piece palm-shaped columns
Maybe
on
in a
old
minute or
sites
two.
like Saqqara, which is where these columns in the museum came from, or at
Yeah,
Abu
dude.
Sir, which still has
There's a
several
piece of
granite
quartz. I
columns
found a
in place.
piece of quartz
My point here
in
is
South
that some
Africa
of these
at the
features,
lion
those
park.
indicative of advanced technology, can be found on sites that go back as far
Under
as
my
domestic
foot.
Egypt does.
I brought it back.
And when
I'd
it
see if
comes
I
to
can
some
see if
things
it's
like
still
these
there.
smaller precision stone vases and vessels,
I'm
they go
sure it
back
is.
even further into pre-dynastic times.
Yeah, Brazil
Food for
too.
thought, no? Now, my conclusions here about this edging on
Wow,
the box of
insane.
Elephantine Island aren't based purely
Really?
on my own observations. I make
Pretty
no
random.
claim as to being an expert stoneworker. Academically, I've studied the industry, its history, tools, and techniques, but I certainly don't have any experience in
Very
this field
random.
myself. My good friend Yusuf Awan, who appears in many of my videos, is a practicing stonemason, along with several members of his family. So I do treat his opinions
Yeah,
as
man.
those of an expert. But on my most recent trip to Egypt, when the significance of this
Yeah, so
faceted
we played
Egypt
baby
was
lions on the
laid
way
on my
to
head, we
Australia,
were
to
joined by a
Perth.
true expert in this field.
I presented a
Ulmer
conference
Allen
in
is an
Perth,
extremely well-known stone carver in the art world. His stone artwork is
and
highly
then
sought after
a
and
Brazilian
collected by
guy
people like billionaires. And
who I
he's
was
been
gonna
profiled by
travel.
publications such as the New York
We were gonna rent a
Times,
car
and most importantly to me,
for like a week
he has more than 30 years direct experience
in
working with hard stone. He is an
Kruger
expert in the
National
use of
Park.
hand tools like chisels,
But then
as
he
well as
bailed.
machine-powered tools. And in recent
And
years,
I'm like,
due to
there's
him
no
developing
fucking way I'm gonna go to
severe carpal
Kruger
tunnel from
National
his work,
Park
he's become an expert in robotic
by myself.
CNCs,
I'm
which
going
is
to
the
get
technique he now
kidnapped.
uses to create his art.
I may pass away.
There were a number of astonishing moments on this trip.
I may get
discussing
eaten by like
various
a
aspects
lion
of
too.
ancient stonework with Ulmer.
So I didn't do
Things
it.
like the remnants of vases found beneath the step pyramid, and perhaps
I
this
went
is
back to
something
Brazil
we'll discuss
early.
in future videos.
I'm just grateful to hear it from an expert.
Yeah, me too.
It's been. Oh yeah, 100%.
When it came
Definitely.
to the faceted section of edging on the box at Elephantine Island, he was very clear. This is 100% the result of some form of precisely guided mechanical tool, and not that of a primitive handheld chisel. I consider
By
this
myself?
a true expert opinion, and it's one that I hold in far greater esteem than that of any Egyptologist without hands-on experience who would try to hammer the square peg into the round hole here by concluding that it had to have been made
Oh,
by
yeah, for
pounders and
sure.
chisels, because pounders and chisels are all that we've ever found.
Especially South
In any
Africa.
case, I think that this
Especially
granite box on Elephantine Island
Johannesburg,
and its
especially
unfinished
Kruger.
edging represents unique and valuable evidence for something remarkable occurring in our distant past. It absolutely deserves preservation and some much closer analysis. And I very
enormous.
much hope that both of these things happen. I
Such a
certainly
big
hope that
park.
it doesn't
There's no way you
somehow
can
disappear
police
or
it.
become hidden
There's no
and
way.
restricted behind barriers or ropes, as seems to have been the fate in recent years for many other similar bits of evidence from ancient Egypt that I could cite. So, many thanks to you all for the view.
Even
and I hope you enjoyed this
Johannesburg,
video.
man.
If you did, please do consider hitting that like and subscribe button. I'm just about to head off to Egypt once
Like
more.
we weren't
and I've
there
got a lot
like
of
at
content
night,
to
in the middle of the night.
As always, a massive thank you to my patrons, channel
We were
members
there
and
during the
supporters.
day.
I couldn't do this work without you guys, and I'm tremendously grateful for your support. If you did get
Even
some value
that's
from
still
this video or
kinda-
from any of my other works, please do consider the value for value model
was
and supporting the
tense.
channel. There's lots of ways to do that. They're all outlined on my website at Uncharted.
But yeah, I'm really lucky. I'm really blessed.
So, it's goodbye for now. I hope you're all doing well out there, and I'll see you in the next one. Just a quick postscript here to let you know about a couple of speaking engagements and potential upcoming tours that are going to be happening in the near future. Obviously, I'm back from that Egypt trip that I mentioned I was about to leave on at the end of that video. I had hoped to get this video finished while I was in Egypt, but we went back to Elephantine Island, and we found those pieces
Yeah,
that
buddy.
we were looking for, and I knew I had to sort of alter the video and include some of that evidence from that trip. So my apologies on the length of time between videos on the channel. I've been
Yeah, man, the pre-workout with the caffeine really does the job for me. And then I sleep. I get tired in the evening, and I sleep around like 12, 1
I do
a.m.
want to let people
now,
know that I will be at and presenting at in person,
which has really
at the
helped a lot
upcoming
with my
Cosmic
sleep.
Summit event, which is happening in Asheville, in North Carolina, at the Crown Plaza
So
Resort.
I
That's
usually
happening
don't
June
drink my
16th to
protein. I
18th
drink
in
2 protein
2023.
shakes
Graham Hancock will be there, Randall Carlson will be there, George Howard,
before
Jimmy Bright
noon
Insight,
every day,
a whole bunch
usually
of
with the
scientists
caffeine.
from the Younger Dryas Cosmic Impact team. It's going to be just an epic event. If you've been following some of the news, this has been getting a lot of press on Twitter.
My stomach's just getting a little weird. Maybe I'm just getting old. Like I had a spicy pizza the other day, and man, I had the worst. Felt like
I'll be touching on that topic.
I did not
and I'm
react
very much
well
looking
to
forward
it.
to it. If you're interested in attending the summit, either in person or catching the live stream, you can do so. There's a link down below in the video description and in the pinned comment that'll point you towards a location that you can take a look at tickets for either the in-person event at Asheville, or it's available on a live stream. I do want to let people know too, this is sort of last minute, but I'm also going to be presenting essentially tomorrow night at the Earth Origins 5 conference. It's an online conference. It'll be live streamed. This online conference actually starts tonight.
Yeah, maybe.
December 16th with Randall Carlson, and I'll be presenting tomorrow night. That would be Saturday the 17th.
I think I do, man.
If you're interested also in potentially checking that out, there's also a link to that conference below. One last thing that I wanted to mention is that I am working on a kind of last-minute trip to Turkey that may be happening around mid-April. So if you're interested in that, it's not quite ready
I like
yet.
the idea,
Please
man.
do stay tuned into my social media or on my website.
Can you
I'll be posting
paste?
details
Can
about
you
that,
paste the link
as
again?
soon
I
as
know.
it's
I'm sorry,
available.
man.
That's it from me. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. There's plenty more to come, and I'll catch you in the next one. Bye-bye.
I know you've done it like a million times. Oh, man. Thanks, buddy. The 180 count is the value count. Potassium bicarbonate. Sodium bicarbonate, magnesium carbonate, bicarbonates, phosphates. Yeah, I used to take baking soda. Was it baking soda? And molasses. But the molasses was too sugary. And I just stopped. I guess pill form. Oh wow, insane. Yeah. I think I'm done playing this game. I'm gonna try some Forsaken 64. Let's see if we have it in here. You ever seen dude. Mr. Blonde rated me. And he said he was playing it. Have you ever played Descent on PC? Oh my god, man. It's like Descent on N64, it looks like. First thing in the morning, just don't make it interesting. Thanks, man. Is that my EverDrive? Yeah, it's like an N64. It has 360 games on it. I got it from AliExpress. Thanks for being here, man. Even GoldenEye, I think I put some of the split ROMs on here for GoldenEye. Maybe. That's maybe Japanese. Yeah. That's the ROMs I downloaded from the Elite.net. Is that the name of the game? Forsaken? I'm just gonna go in retro. Of course. Forsaken? Is that the name of the game? Something like that. Whatever. Thanks for being here. Oh, well, no, I guess so. Cool iguana. Cool. RP acclaim? Oh, really? No way. I'm not gonna fix the cropping. Whatever the cropping is, it is. That's pretty sick. Bankrupt? No way, really? Wow. Oh, yo, these graphics are sick. I'm not controlling it. Oh, what are the controls? Oh god. How do you go forward? A? A and B? Oh my god. Really? Oh, okay. Pretty cool. Can I change fucking control? God. Oh my god. It's gonna mess up my gold when I play though. Did it freeze? It froze. It's amazing. I don't think I'm gonna play this for very long. I just wanted to see what it was like. What was it called? Forsaken? You like the game? Oh wow, nice. Yeah, I might play for like 5 minutes and then I'm probably gonna raid somebody. I can't, I'm pushing start, like, I'm sure you can see my controller input. God. Controls, yes. Oh baby. This is what I'm talking about. Oh no. No, we can't customize it. See up. See button straight. Forward, backwards. Control pad up, control down. See up, forwards, backwards. Oh my god. They actually did it. They did it, boys. We have the 1.2 GoldenEye settings right here. That's huge. That's massive. That's huge. I can play 1.2 with this. Oh, let's fucking increase our lives, yeah, of course. Oh yeah, now we're fucking talking, boys. Now we're talking. Now it's over. Now we're fucking laughing. Oh, look at this. Dude, this game, bros. Oh shit, I didn't see that. This game's amazing. Scared to go around the corner. He froze last time. Oh yeah. That's how we do it. Okay, A and B go up and down. Okay. Okay. Alright, we got it. Yo, this game. Yo, this is sick. Oh, I couldn't tell what it was. What? Yo, it was so sick, man. I got no secondaries. Oh, back to the start. Yeah, I came here. I didn't go here yet, did I? No, I did not. This game's amazing. Okay, I'm supposed to clear. It says there's 6 enemies. Am I blind? What the fuck? Where are these enemies? Do I gotta rocket this, maybe? It's worth a shot. Remaster? No way, are you serious? Oh my god. Dude, this game's amazing. So the mission objective is I have to pass away all the enemies, but I can't find them. I don't know where they are. I think I might have to open a door or something. I wonder if you can change the speed. Oh, I guess you only can change controls. Oh, options. Yeah. The look speed, the turn speed. I'm flabbergasted. I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. Well, I know I have to pass away the enemies, but oh, what's over here? Oh. Oh. I'm about to give up there. Oh, baby. I think this one has more health than the other ship I had too. The other ship was getting rocked. But I think the other one... 8 minutes, wow. It's an 8-minute mission. Bro, that would be amazing. Wow, that's really straight to the fucking wolves in this start, eh? Like, what the fuck? It's pretty psychedelic music. Oh my god, it's like a puzzle game. Oh my god, this is like Descent. I'm like toast, eh? Is my health the blue? Oh man. Who's shooting me? Why? Where? What? Why? Holy fuck me, man. Yeah, the ship is way stronger than the other one. What the fuck, man? Fucking lasering my ass. Who's fucking me up, bro? What? Okay. Whoops. What the fuck? Oh wow, okay. Okay. Yeah, I think that red bar is my health. Why is he not shooting? Cool game, man. Really cool game. I would have been super stoked to have this game if I was younger. Oh my god, man. Look at that shield. A-bomb. Oh man, I'm getting rocked. Holy jeez, bro. What is this? What? I'm just getting rocked, man. Oh my god, will you go down the hole? Bomb. Oh my god, man. Oh, I don't have the A-bomb. I think the bomb's in here. No, it's not. Oh yeah, it is. Fucking awesome. Jesus Christ, man. Ah. Ah. Oh. Oh, that's not good. What the fuck? What is this? Bro. What the fuck? Serious right now? Oh, that's the only way out, eh? Oh, fuck me. Where's my shield? Get that shit. Whatever the fuck that is. A-bomb? Collected? Shoot, come on, man. Wow, insane. We're unlocked. Oh no. No. A-bomb collected. Okay. So I have the A-bomb. What's this way though? Beam laser? Oh wow, insane. Oh, I understand. I'm not gonna try it again. I think I'm done. I'm gonna raid somebody, I think. Thank you for being here. Amazing game.